And now, the first story, The Black Monk.
Chapter 1. Nerves. Andrei Vasilievich Kovrin, Master of Arts, was overworked and nervous. He was not being treated, but one day, while sitting with a doctor at wine, he happened casually to speak about his health. The physician advised him to pass the spring and summer in the country. Opportunely, he received then a long letter from Tanya Pesotsky inviting him to visit Borisovka. He decided that he really required a change. It was April. He went to his family estate of Kovrinka for 3 weeks. Then, the roads being clear, he started on wheels to see his former guardian and tutor, Pesotsky, the great horticulturist. From Kovrinka to Borisovka, where the Pesotskys lived, it was only 70 versts, and it was a pleasure to take the drive. Igor Semyonich Pesotsky's house was huge, with columns and lions, but the plaster was cracking. The old park, severe and gloomy, laid out in the English style, extended for nearly a verst from the house to the river, and finished in abruptly precipitous clayey banks on which there grew old pines with bare roots that looked like shaggy paws. Down below the water glittered unsociably, and snipe flitted along its surface with plaintive cries. When there you always had the feeling that you must sit down and write a ballad. However, near the house, in the courtyard and in the fruit orchard, which together with the nurseries covered about 30 acres, it was gay and cheerful even in bad weather. Such wonderful roses, lilies and camellias, such tulips of all imaginable hues, beginning with brilliant white and finishing with tints as black as soot, such a wealth of flowers as Pesotsky possessed, Kovrin had never seen in any other place. It was only the beginning of spring, and the real luxuriance of the flower-beds was still hidden in the hothouses. But even those which blossomed in the borders along the walks and here and there on the flower-beds were sufficient to make you feel, when you passed through the garden, that you were in the kingdom of delicate tints, especially in the early morning, when a dewdrop glistened brightly on each petal. The decorative part of the garden, which Pesotsky called contemptuously a mere trifle, had greatly impressed Kovrin in his childhood. What wonderful whimsicalities were to be found there! What far-fetched monstrosities and mockeries of nature! There were espaliers of fruit trees, pear trees that had the form of pyramidal poplars, oaks and limes shaped like balls, an umbrella made of an apple tree, arches, monograms, candelabra, and even 1862, formed by a plum tree. This date denoted the year when Pesotsky first began to occupy himself with horticulture. There you also found pretty, graceful trees with straight, strong stems like palms, and only when you examined them closely you saw that they were gooseberries and currants. But what chiefly made the garden pay and produced an animated appearance was the constant movement in it. From early morning till evening, people with wheelbarrows, shovels, and watering pots swarmed like ants round the trees, bushes, avenues, and flower-beds. Kovrin arrived at the Pesotskys in the evening at past 9 o'clock. He found Tanya and her father in a very anxious mood. The clear starlit sky and the falling thermometer foretold a morning frost. The head gardener, Ivan Karlitch, had gone to town, and there was nobody who could be relied on. During supper nothing but morning frost was talked of, and they settled that Tanya was not to go to bed, but walk through the gardens and see if all was in order after midnight, and that her father would get up at 3, or probably earlier. Kovrin sat up with Tanya. and after midnight he went with her into the orchard. It was very cold. In the yard there was a strong smell of burning. In the large orchard, which was called the commercial orchard, and brought Igor Semyonitch a clear yearly profit of several thousand rubles, a thick, black, biting smoke spread along the earth, and by enveloping the trees saved those thousands from the frost. The trees were planted here in regular rows like the squares of a chessboard, and they looked like ranks of soldiers. This strictly pedantical regularity, together with the exact size and similarity of the stems and crowns of the trees, made the picture monotonous and dull. Kovrin and Tanya passed along the rows, where bonfires of manure, straw, and all sorts of refuse were smouldering, and occasionally they met workmen, who were wandering about in the smoke like shadows. Only plums, cherries, and some sorts of apple trees were in full blossom, but the whole orchard was smothered in smoke, and it was only when they reached the nurseries that Kovrin could draw a long breath. "From my childhood the smoke here has made me sneeze," he said, shrugging his shoulders. "But I still do not understand how this smoke can protect the trees from frost." "The smoke takes the place of clouds when they are absent," Tanya answered. "Why are clouds necessary?" "In dull and cloudy weather there is never night frost." "Really?" He laughed and took her hand. Her broad, serious, cold face, with its finely marked black eyebrows, the high turned-up collar of her coat, which prevented her from moving her head with ease, her whole thin, svelte figure, with skirts well tucked up to protect them from the dew, affected him. "Good Lord, she's already grown up," he said. "When I last drove away from here 5 years ago, you were still quite a child. You were a thin, long-legged, bare-headed girl in short petticoats, and I teased you, and called you the heron. What time does." "Yes, 5 years," Tanya sighed. "Much water has flowed away since then." "Tell me, Andryusha, quite candidly," she said rapidly, looking into his face. "Have we become strangers to you? But why should I ask? You're a man. You are now living your own interesting life. You are great. Estrangement is so natural. But, however it may be, Andryusha, I want you to consider us as your own people. We have that right." "Of course you have, Tanya." "Honor bright?" "Yes, honor bright." "You were surprised today to see we had so many of your portraits. You know my father adores you. Sometimes I think that he loves you more than he does me. He is proud of you. You are a scholar, an extraordinary man. You have made a brilliant career, and he is convinced that you have become all that because he brought you up. I do not prevent him from thinking this. Let him." The day began to break. This was chiefly to be noticed by the distinctness with which the clouds of smoke were perceptible in the air, and the bark of the trees became visible. Nightingales were singing, and the cry of the quail was borne from the fields. "It's time to go to bed now," Tanya said. "How cold it is." She took his arm. "Thank you, Andryusha, for coming. We have but few acquaintances here, and they are not interesting. We have nothing but the garden, the garden, the garden, nothing but that. Standard, half-standard," she laughed. "Pippins, rennets, codlins, grafting, budding, all our life has gone into the garden. I never dream of anything but apples and pears. Of course, all this is good and useful, but sometimes I wish for something else, for variety. I remember when you used to come for the holidays, or simply on a visit, the house seemed to grow fresher and lighter. It was as if the covers had been taken off the lustres in the chairs. I was a child then, Still, I understood. She talked for a long time, and with great feeling. Suddenly the idea entered his head that in the course of the summer he might become attached to this little, weak, loquacious creature. He might be carried away and fall in love. In their position it was so possible and so natural. This thought amused and moved him. He bent over her charming, troubled face and began to sing in a low voice, "Onegin, I'll not hide from you. I love Tatiana madly." When they reached the house, Igor Semyonitch was already up. Kovrin did not want to sleep. He began to talk with the old man, and he returned with him to the garden. Igor Semyonitch was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a large stomach. He suffered from breathlessness, but he always walked so fast that it was difficult to keep up with him. He always had an extremely worried look, and he was always hurrying somewhere with an expression that seemed to say if he were too late by 1 minute even, all would be lost. "Here's a strange thing, my dear fellow," he said, stopping to take breath. "It's freezing on the ground, as you see. But if you raise the thermometer on a stick about 14 feet above earth, it's warm there. Why is it?" "I really don't know," Kovrin said, laughing. Of course, one can't know everything. However vast a man's understanding may be, it can't comprehend everything. You've chiefly gone in for philosophy?" "Yes, I lecture on psychology, but I study philosophy in general." "And it does not bore you?" "On the contrary, it's my very existence." "Well, may God prosper your work," Igor Semyonitch exclaimed, and he stroked his grey whiskers reflectively. "God prosper you. I'm very glad for you. Very glad indeed, my boy." Suddenly he seemed to listen. An expression of anger passed over his face, and he ran off to one side and was soon lost to sight among the trees in the clouds of smoke. "Who has tethered a horse to an apple tree?" His despairing, heart-rending cry could be heard. "What villain and scoundrel has dared to tie a horse to an apple tree? Good God, they have dirtied, spoiled, damaged, ruined it. The orchard is lost. The orchard is destroyed. My God!" When he returned to Kovrin, he looked worn out and insulted. "What can you do with this accursed people?" he said in a plaintive voice, clasping his hands. "Stepka was carting manure during the night, and has tied his horse to an apple tree. The villain tied the reins so tight round it that the bark has been rubbed in 3 places. What do you think of that? I spoke to him, and he only stood open-mouthed, blinking his eyes. He ought to be hanged." When he was somewhat calmer, he embraced Kovrin and kissed him on the cheek. "Well, God help you, he mumbled. "I'm very glad you've come. Delighted beyond words. Thank you." Then he went round the whole garden at the same rapid pace and with the same troubled expression, and showed his former ward all the hothouses, conservatories, and fruit sheds, also his 2 apiaries, which he called the wonder of the century. While they were walking round, the sun rose and shed its brilliant rays over the garden. It became warm. Foreseeing a bright, joyous, and long day, Kovrin remembered it was only the beginning of May, and that the whole summer lay before them, also bright, joyous, and long. And suddenly a gladsome, youthful feeling was aroused in his breast, like he used to have when running about that garden in his childhood. He embraced the old man and kissed him tenderly. They were both much affected as they went into the house, where they drank tea with cream out of old china cups, and ate rich, satisfying cracknels. These trifles again reminded Kovrin of his childhood and youth. The beautiful present and the memories that were aroused in him of the past were blended together. His soul was full and rejoiced. He waited for Tanya to get up and had coffee with her, and then a walk, after which he went into his own room and sat down to work. He read with attention, made notes, only raising his eyes from time to time to look out of the open window, or at the fresh flowers, still wet with dew, that were in a vase on his table. And then he again lowered his eyes to his book, and it appeared to him that every nerve in his system vibrated with satisfaction. Chapter 2. A Pale Face. In the country, he continued to lead the same nervous and restless life as in town. He read and wrote very much. He learned Italian, and when he was walking he thought all the time of the pleasure he would have in sitting down to work again. Everybody was astonished how little he slept. If he happened to doze for half an hour during the day, he would afterwards not sleep all night. And after a sleepless night he felt himself active and gay, as if nothing had happened. He talked much, drank wine, and smoked expensive cigars. Often, indeed almost every day, some young girls from a neighboring estate, friends of Tanya's, came to the Pesotskys. They played on the piano and sang together. Sometimes another neighbor, a young man who played the violin very well, came too. Kovrin listened to the music and singing with avidity, and he was quite overcome by it, which was evidenced by his eyes closing and his head sinking on one side. One day after the evening tea he was sitting on the balcony reading. At that time Tanya, a soprano, one of her friends, a contralto, and the young man playing on his violin were practicing Braga's celebrated serenade. Kovrin tried to make out the words. They were Russian, and he was quite unable to understand their meaning. At last, laying his book aside and listening attentively, he understood. A girl with a diseased imagination heard one night mysterious sounds in the garden, which were so wonderfully beautiful and strange that she thought they were holy harmonies, but so incomprehensible for us mortals that they ascended again to heaven. Once more Kovrin's eyes began to close. He rose, and feeling quite exhausted, he began to walk about the drawing-room and then about the dancing-hall. When they stopped singing, he took Tanya's arm and led her on to the balcony. "Ever since the morning, an old legend has been running in my head," he said. "I don't remember if I read it or whether it was told me, but the legend is a strange one and not like any other. To begin with, it's not very clear. 1,000 years ago, a certain monk, clad in black, was walking in the desert somewhere in Syria or Arabia. A few miles from the place where he was walking, some fishermen saw another black monk moving slowly across the surface of a lake. This other monk was a mirage. Now you must forget all the laws of optics, which the legend evidently does not admit, and listen to the continuation. From the mirage, another mirage was obtained, and from that one a third, so that the image of the black monk was reproduced without end in one sphere of the atmosphere after another. He was seen sometimes in Africa, sometimes in Spain, sometimes in India, then again in the far north. At last he went beyond the bounds of the earth's atmosphere, and is now wandering over the whole universe, always unable to enter into the conditions where he would be able to disappear. Perhaps at present he may be seen somewhere on Mars or on some star of the Southern Cross. But, my dear, the main point, the very essence of the whole legend, consists in this, that exactly 1,000 years from the time the monk was walking in the desert, the mirage will again be present in the atmosphere of the world, and it will show itself to men. It appears that those 1,000 years are nearly accomplished. Accordingly to the legend, we can expect the black monk either today or tomorrow. "A strange mirage," Tanya said. She did not like the legend. "But the strangest thing is that I can't remember from where this legend has got into my head," Corinne said, laughing. "Have I read it? Was it told me? Or perhaps I have dreamed about the Black Monk? By God, I can't remember, but the legend interests me. I think of it all day long." Allowing Tanya to return to her guests, he left the house, and plunged in meditation. He passed along the flower-beds. The sun was already setting. The flowers, perhaps because they had just been watered, exhaled a moist, irritating odor. In the house they had again begun to sing, and at that distance the fiddle sounded like a human voice. Corinne, straining his memory to remember where he had heard or read the legend, bent his steps towards the park, walking slowly, and imperceptibly he arrived at the river. Running down the steep footpath that passed by the bare roots, he came to the water, disturbing some snipe and frightening a pair of ducks. Some of the tops of the gloomy pines were still illuminated by the rays of the setting sun, but on the surface of the river evening had already settled down. Corinne crossed the footbridge to the other bank. Before him lay a wide field of young rye, not yet in flower. Neither a human habitation nor a living soul was to be seen near or far, and it seemed as if this footpath, if only you went far enough along it, would lead to that unknown, mysterious place into which the sun had just descended, and where the glorious blaze of the evening brightness was still widespread. What space! What freedom! What quiet is here! Corinne thought as he went along the footpath. It seemed as if the whole world was looking at me, dissembling and waiting, that I should understand it. But just then waves passed over the rye, and a light wind touched his bare head. A minute later there was again a gust of wind, but a stronger one. The rye began to rustle, and behind it the dull murmur of the pines was heard. Corinne stopped in amazement. On the horizon, something like a whirlwind or a waterspout, a high black column stretched from the earth to the sky. Its outlines were indistinct. From the first minute it was evident that it did not remain on one spot, but was moving with terrible rapidity, moving straight towards Corinne. And the nearer it came, the smaller and clearer it became. Corinne rushed to one side into the rye to make room for it, and he had scarcely time to do so. A monk, clad in black, with a grey head and black eyebrows, his arms crossed on his breast, was borne past him. His bare feet did not touch the earth. He had already passed Corinne for a distance of about 12 feet when he looked back at him, nodded his head, and smiled affably, but at the same time cunningly. What a pale, a terribly pale and thin face! Again beginning to grow larger, he flew across the river, struck noiselessly against the clay bank and the pines, and, passing through them, disappeared like smoke. "Well, you see," Corinne mumbled. "So the legend is true." Without trying to explain to himself this strange apparition, but feeling pleased that he had chanced to be so close, and had seen so distinctly not only the black garb, but even the monk's face and eyes, he returned home in pleasant agitation. In the park and the gardens people were quietly moving about. In the house they were playing. That meant he alone had seen the monk. He was very anxious to tell Tanya and Igor Semyonich all he had seen, but he thought that they would certainly consider his words mere nonsense, and it would frighten them. It was best to remain silent. He laughed loudly. He sang and danced the mazurka. He was gay, and everybody, the guests and Tanya, thought that his face had never looked so radiant and inspired, and that he certainly was a most interesting man. Chapter 3. She Loves. After supper, when their guests had departed, he went to his room and lay down on the sofa. He wanted to think about the monk. But a minute later Tanya entered the room. "Here, Andryusha, are some of Father's articles. Read them," she said, giving him a parcel of pamphlets and proofs. "They are splendid articles. He writes very well." "Well, indeed," said Igor Semyonich with a forced laugh, following her into the room. He was confused. "Don't listen to her, please, and don't read them. However, if you want to go to sleep, you may as well read them. They are excellent soporifics." "I think them excellent articles," Tanya said with deep conviction. "Read them, Andryusha, and persuade Papa to write oftener. He might write a whole course of horticulture." Igor Semyonich forced a laugh, blushed, and began to say such phrases as confused authors are wont to say. At last he gave in. "If you must, then first read this article by Gaucher and these Russian notices," he murmured, turning the pamphlets over with trembling hands. "Or else you won't understand it. Before reading my refutation, you must know what I refute. However, it's all nonsense, and very dull. Besides, I should say it's time to go to bed." Tanya left the room. Igor Semyonich sat down on the sofa next to Kovrin and sighed deeply. "Yes, my dear fellow," he began after a short silence. "So it is, my most amiable Master of Arts. Here are my writing articles. Taking part in exhibitions, receiving medals. People say Pesotsky has apples the size of a man's head. People say Pesotsky has made a fortune by his orchards and gardens. In a word, Kochubey is rich and famous. Query, to what does all this lead? The garden is really beautiful, a model garden. It is not simply a garden, it is an institution, possessing great importance for the empire because it is, so to speak, a step in a new era of Russian economy, of Russian industry. But what for? For what object? The business speaks for itself. That is not what I mean. I ask, what will become of the gardens when I die? In the condition you see it now, it will not exist for a single month without me. The whole secret of its success is not because the garden is large and there are many labourers, but because I love the work. You understand? I love it. Perhaps more than my own self. Look at me. I do everything myself. I work from morning to night. I do all the grafting myself. I do all the pruning myself, all the planting, everything. When I am assisted, I am jealous and irritable to rudeness. The whole secret lies in love, that is, in the vigilant master's eye, in the master's hand, too, in the feeling that when you go anywhere to pay a visit of an hour, you sit there and your heart is not easy. You're not quite yourself. You're afraid something may happen in the garden. When I die, who will look after it all? Who will work? A gardener? Workman? Yes, I tell you, my good friend, the chief enemy in our business is not the hare, not the cockchafer, not the frost, but the stranger. But Tanya? Kovrin asked, laughing. She can't be more injurious than the hare. She loves and understands the business. Yes, she loves and understands it. If after my death she gets the garden and becomes the mistress, I could wish for nothing better. But if, God forbid it, she should get married—" Igor Semyonitch whispered and looked at Kovrin with alarm. "That's just what I fear. She gets married, children arrive, and then there's no time to think of the garden. What I chiefly fear is that she'll get married to some young fellow who'll be stingy and will let the garden to some tradesman, and the whole place will go to the devil in the first year. In our business, women are the scourge of God." Igor Semyonitch sighed and was silent for a few moments. "Perhaps it is egoism, but, to speak frankly, I don't want Tanya to marry. I'm afraid. There's a young fop with a fiddle who comes here and scrapes at it. I know very well Tanya will not marry him. I know it very well, but I can't bear him. In general, dear boy, I'm a great oddity. I confess it." Igor Semyonitch rose and paced about the room for some time, much agitated. It was evident that he wanted to say something very important, but couldn't make up his mind to do so. "I love you very much, and will speak to you quite frankly," he said at last, and thrust his hands into his pockets. "There are certain ticklish subjects I regard quite simply, and I say quite openly what I think of them. I cannot bear so-called hidden thoughts. I say to you plainly, you are the only man I would not be afraid to give my daughter to. You are a clever man, you have a good heart, and you would not allow my cherished work to perish. But the chief reason is, I love you as if you were my son, and I am proud of you. If you and Tanya could settle a little romance between yourselves, why, what then? I would be very glad, very happy. As an honest man, I say this quite openly, without mincing matters." Kovrin laughed. Igor Semyonitch opened the door to leave the room, but he stopped on the threshold. "If a son were to be born to you and Tanya, I'd make a gardener of him," he said reflectively. "However, these are empty thoughts. Sleep well." Left alone, Kovrin lay down more comfortably on the sofa and began to look through the articles. One was entitled, "Of Intermediate Culture." Another was called, "A Few Words Concerning Mr. Z's Remarks on the Digging Up of Ground for a New Garden." A third was, "More about the Budding of Dormant Eyes." They were all of a similar nature. But what an uneasy, uneven tone! What nervous, almost unhealthy passion! Here was an article one would suppose of the most peaceful nature, and on the most indifferent subject. It was about the Russian Antonov apple. However, Igor Semyonitch began with "Audiatur altera pars," and finished "Sapienti sat," and between these two quotations there was quite a fountain of various poisonous words addressed to the learned ignorance of our qualified gardeners who observe nature from the height of their cathedrals, or else, Monsieur Gaucher, whose success has been created by the unlearned and the dilettante. Here again, quite out of place, was an insincere regret that it was now no longer possible to flog the peasants who stole fruit and broke the trees. The work is pretty, charming, healthy, but even here are passions and war, Kovrin thought. It must be that everywhere and in all arenas of human activity, intellectual people are nervous and remarkable for their heightened sensitiveness. Apparently this is necessary. He thought of Tanya, who was so delighted with her father's articles. She was small, pale, and so thin that her collarbones were visible. She had dark, wide-open, clever eyes that were always looking into something, searching for something. Her gait was short-stepped and hurried like her father's. She spoke much. She liked to argue. And then even the most unimportant phrase was accompanied by expressive looks and gestures. She certainly was nervous to the highest degree. Kovrin continued to read, but he could understand nothing. So he threw the book away. The same pleasant excitement he had felt when he danced the mazurka and listened to the music now overcame him again and aroused in him numberless thoughts. He rose and began to walk about the room, thinking of the black monk. It entered his head that if he alone had seen this strange, supernatural monk, it must be because he was ill, and had hallucinations. This reflection alarmed him, but not for long. "But I feel very well, and I do nobody any harm, therefore there is nothing bad in my hallucinations," he thought, and he again felt quite contented. He sat down on the sofa and seized his head in both hands, trying to restrain the incomprehensible joy that filled his whole being. Then he went to the table and began to work. But the thoughts he read in the books didn't satisfy him. He wanted something gigantic, immense, astounding. Towards morning he undressed and reluctantly lay down in bed. He ought to sleep. When he heard Igor Semyonitch's footsteps going down to the garden, Kovrin rang the bell and ordered the manservant to bring him some wine. He drank several glasses of Chateau Lafite with pleasure, and then covered himself up to the head. His senses became dim, and he went to sleep. Chapter 4. Tears of Tanya. Igor Semyonitch and Tanya often quarrelled and said unpleasant things to each other. One morning they had a quarrel. Tanya began to cry and went to her room. She didn't appear at dinner nor at tea. At first Igor Semyonitch went about looking very important and sulky, as if he wished everybody to know that for him the interests of justice and order stood above everything in the world. But soon he was unable to maintain that character and became depressed. He wandered sadly about the park and constantly sighed, "Oh, good God, good God." At dinner he would not eat a crumb. At last, feeling guilty and having qualms of conscience, he knocked at his daughter's locked door and called to her timidly, "Tanya, Tanya." And in answer he heard on the other side of the door a weak voice, exhausted with crying, but still very positive, reply, "Leave me alone, I beg you." The master's trouble affected the whole house. Even the people working in the garden were under its influence. Kovrin was immersed in his own interesting work, but at last he too became sad and felt awkward. In order, in some measure, to dissipate the general gloomy mood, he decided to intervene, and early in the evening he knocked at Tanya's door. He was admitted. "Oh, what a shame!" he began jokingly, looking with astonishment at Tanya's tear-stained, sad little face that was all covered with red blotches. "Is it possible it's so serious? Oh. If you only knew how he tortures me," she said, and tears, bitter, plentiful tears, welled up in her large eyes. "He has worn me quite out," she continued, wringing her hands. "I said nothing to him, nothing at all. I only said there is no need to keep extra workmen if it is possible to get day labourers whenever they are wanted. Why, the workmen have been doing nothing for a whole week. I only said this, and he shouted at me, and he told me many offensive, many deeply insulting things. Why? Enough, Kovrin said as he arranged a lock of her hair. You have abused each other, you have wept, and that's enough. One mustn't be angry for long, that's wrong, all the more because he loves you, tenderly. He has spoiled my whole life, Tanya continued. I am only insulted and wounded here. He considers me superfluous in his house. What am I to do? He's right. I'll go away from here tomorrow and become a telegraph girl. Let him. Well, Tanya, don't cry. You mustn't, my dear. You are both hot-headed, irritable, and you are both in fault. Come along, I'll make peace between you. Kovrin spoke affectionately and persuasively, but she continued to cry, her shoulders shaking and her hands clenched as if a terrible misfortune had befallen her. He was all the more sorry for her because her grief was not serious, yet she suffered deeply. What trifles were sufficient to make this poor creature unhappy for a whole day, yes, perhaps even for her whole life? While comforting Tanya, Kovrin thought that besides this girl and her father, he might search the whole world without being able to find any other people who loved him as one of their family. If it had not been for these two people, perhaps he, who had lost both his parents in his early childhood, would not have known to his very death what sincere affection was, nor that naive, uncritical love that only exists between very near blood relatives. And he felt that his half-diseased, overtaxed nerves were drawn towards the nerves of this weeping, shuddering girl as iron is drawn to the magnet. He could never love a healthy, strong, red-cheeked woman. But pale, fragile, unhappy Tanya attracted him. He was pleased to stroke her hair, pat her shoulders, press her hands, and wipe away her tears. At last she stopped crying. But for a long time she continued to complain about her father, and of her difficult, unbearable life in that house, begging Kovrin to enter into her position. Then she gradually began to smile, and to sigh that God had given her such a bad character, and at last she laughed aloud, called herself a fool, and ran out of the room. Shortly after, when Kovrin went into the garden, Igor Semyonich and Tanya were walking together in the avenue, eating black bread and salt. They were both hungry, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 5. Red Spots. Delighted that the part of peacemaker had been successful, Kovrin went into the park. While sitting on a bench, thinking he heard the sound of wheels and of girls' laughter, visitors had arrived. When the shades of evening had begun to settle down in the gardens, faint sounds of a violin and of voices singing reached his ear, and this reminded him of the Black Monk. Where, in what land or on what planet, was that optical incongruity now being born? He had scarcely remembered the legend, and recalled to his memory the dark vision he had seen in the rye field, when just before him a middle-sized man with a bare grey head and bare feet, who looked like a beggar, came silently out of the pine wood, walking with small, unheard steps. On his pale, death-like face, the black eyebrows stood out sharply. Nodding affably, this beggar, or pilgrim, came noiselessly and sat down on the bench. Kovrin recognized in him the Black Monk. For a minute they looked at each other, Kovrin with astonishment, the monk in a kindly and, as on the previous occasion, in a somewhat cunning manner, and with a self-complacent expression. "But you are a mirage," Kovrin exclaimed. "Why are you here and sitting in one place, too? That is not in accordance with the legend." "That's all the same," the monk replied after a pause, in a low, quiet voice, turning his face towards Kovrin. "The mirage, the legend, and I are all the products of your excited imagination. I am a phantom." "Then you don't exist?" Kovrin asked. "Think what you like," the monk answered with a faint smile. "I exist in your imagination, and your imagination is part of nature. Consequently, I exist in nature, too." "You have a very old, clever, and expressive face, just as if you had really existed for more than 1,000 years," Kovrin said. "I didn't know that my imagination was capable of creating such phenomena. But why are you looking at me with such rapture? Do I please you?" "Yes. You are one of the few who are justly called the chosen of God. You serve the eternal truth. Your thoughts, your intentions, your extraordinary science, and your whole life bear the godlike, the heavenly stamp, as they are devoted to the reasonable and the beautiful, that is to say, to that which is eternal." "You said the eternal truth. But can people attain to the eternal truth, and is it necessary for them if there is no eternal life?" "There is eternal life," the monk answered. "Do you believe in the immortality of man?" "Yes, of course. A great, brilliant future awaits you men. And the more men like you there are on earth, the sooner this future will be realized. Without you, the servants of the first cause, you who live with discernment and in freedom, the human race would indeed be insignificant. Developing in a natural way, it would long have waited for the end of its earthly history. You are leading it to the kingdom of eternal truth several thousand years sooner, and in this lies your great service. You incarnate in yourselves the blessing with which God has honored mankind." "But what is the object of eternal life?" Kovrin asked. "The same as of all life: enjoyment. True enjoyment is knowledge, and eternal life offers numberless and inexhaustible sources of knowledge. This is the meaning of, 'In my Father's house are many mansions.'" "If you only knew how pleasant it is to listen to you," Kovrin said, rubbing his hands with satisfaction. "I'm very pleased. But I know that when you go away I will be troubled about your reality. You are a vision, a hallucination. Consequently, I am physically ill. I am not normal." "And what of that? Why are you troubled? You are ill because you have worked beyond your strength and you are exhausted, which means that you have sacrificed your health to an idea. And the time is near when you will sacrifice your life to it, too. What could be better? It is the object to which all noble natures, gifted from above, constantly aspire." "If I know that I am mentally diseased, Can I believe in myself? How do you know that the men of genius who are believed in by the whole world have not also seen visions? Scholars say now that genius is allied to insanity. My friend, only the ordinary people, the herd, are quite well and normal. All this consideration about the nervous century, overwork, degeneration, etc., can only seriously alarm those whose object in life is the present. That is, the people of the herd. The Romans said, mens sana in corpore sano. Not all that the Romans and Greeks said is true. Overstrain, excitement, ecstasy, all that distinguishes the prophets, the poets, the martyrs for ideas from ordinary people is opposed to the animal side of man's nature, that is, to his physical health. I repeat, if you wish to be healthy and normal, go to the herd. "It's strange you say what often comes into my mind," Kovarin said. "You appear to have looked into my soul and listened to my most secret thoughts. But let's not speak of me. What do you mean by the eternal truth?" The monk did not reply. Kovarin glanced at him and could not distinguish his face. The features became misty and melted away. The monk's head and hands gradually disappeared. His body seemed to be blended with the bench and with the evening twilight. And then he vanished entirely. "The hallucination is over," Kovarin said, and he laughed. "What a pity!" He returned towards the house, gay and happy. What little the black monk had said to him flattered not only his self-love, but his whole soul, his whole being. To be one of the chosen, to serve the eternal truth, to stand in the ranks of those who will render mankind worthy of the kingdom of God a few thousand years sooner than it would otherwise have been. That is, will save mankind from an extra 1,000 years of struggle, sin and suffering, to sacrifice everything, youth, strength, health, to the idea, to be ready to die for the general good. What a high, what a happy fate! His clean, chaste life, so full of work, passed through his memory. He remembered what he himself had learned, what he had taught others, and he arrived at the conclusion that there was no exaggeration in the words the monk had spoken. Tanya came to meet him through the park. She was dressed in another frock. "Here you are at last," she said. "We are looking for you everywhere, but what has happened to you?" she said with astonishment, gazing at his enraptured, beaming countenance and his eyes that were brimming over with tears. "How strange you look, Andryusha." "I am satisfied, Tanya," Kovarin said, putting his hands on her shoulders. "I am more than satisfied. I am happy. Tanya, dear Tanya, you are a most congenial creature. Dear Tanya, I am so glad, so glad." He kissed both her hands passionately, and continued, "I have just passed through bright, beautiful, unearthly moments, but I cannot tell you all because you would call me mad, or you would not believe me. Let us talk of you, dear, charming Tanya. I love you, and I have become used to love you. Your nearness, our meetings 10 times daily have become a necessity for my soul. I don't know how I shall be able to exist without you when I go home." "Well," and Tanya laughed, "you will forget us in 2 days. We are little people, and you are a great man." "No, let us talk seriously," he said. "I will take you with me. Yes? Won't you come with me? You want to be mine?" "Well, "Well," Tanya said, and again she wanted to laugh, but laughter would not come, and red spots came out on her face. She began to breathe fast, and she walked on very quickly, not towards the house, but deeper into the park. "I never thought of this. Never," she said, clasping her hands as if in despair. Kovrin followed her and continued to speak with the same brilliant, excited face. "I want love that would conquer me entirely, and that love, Tanya, you alone can give me. I am happy, happy." She was stupefied. She bent, she shriveled, she seemed suddenly to grow 10 years older, and he thought her beautiful, and he expressed his thoughts aloud. "How beautiful she is!" Chapter 6. The Black Guest. When Igor Semyonich heard from Kovrin that the romance had not only begun, but that there was to be a wedding, he walked about the rooms for a long time trying to hide his agitation. His hands began to tremble. His neck seemed to grow thicker and became purple. He ordered his racing droshky to be brought up and drove off somewhere. Tanya, seeing how he whipped the horse and how low down, almost over his ears, he had pressed his cap, understood his mood, shut herself up in her room, and cried all day. The peaches and plums were already ripening in the hothouses. The packing and sending off to Moscow of these delicate and tender goods required much attention, trouble, and work. Owing to the summer having been very hot and dry, it was necessary to water every tree. This took up much time and labor. Besides, multitudes of caterpillars appeared on the trees, which the workpeople, as well as Igor Semyonich and Tanya, crushed with their fingers, to Kovrin's great disgust. Besides all this work, it was necessary to accept orders for fruit and trees for the autumn deliveries, and to carry on a large correspondence. While at the busiest time, when it seemed that nobody had a moment to spare, the season for field work came on and took away more than half the hands from the garden. Igor Semyonich, very much sunburnt, exhausted and irritated, rushed about, now in the gardens, now in the fields, crying that he was torn to pieces, and that he would send a bullet through his head. There was also the bustle caused by the preparation of the trousseau, on which the Pesotskys set great store. Everybody in the house was made quite dizzy by the click of scissors, the noise of sewing machines, the fumes of hot irons, and the caprices of the milliner, a nervous lady who was easily offended. And, as if on purpose, every day saw the arrival of guests, who had to be entertained and fed, and who often even stayed the night. However, all this drudgery passed by almost unperceived, as if in a mist. Tanya felt that love and happiness had come upon her unawares, although for some reason, from the age of 14, she had been convinced that Kovrin would be sure to marry her. She was amazed, she was perplexed, she could not believe it herself. At times she was suddenly overpowered by such joy that she wanted to fly above the clouds and pray to God there. At others, equally suddenly, she would remember that in August she would have to take leave of her paternal home and her father. Or, God knows from where the thought would come, that she was insignificant, small and unworthy of such a great man as Kovrin. Then she went to her own room, locked herself in, and wept bitterly during several hours. When they had company, it would suddenly appear to her that Kovrin was uncommonly handsome, and that all the women were in love with him and were envious of her. Then her soul was filled with pride and delight, as if she had conquered the whole world. But he had only to smile affably at one of the girls to cause her to tremble with jealousy and retire to her own room. Then there were tears again. These new sensations quite took possession of her. She helped her father mechanically, and never noticed the peaches, nor the caterpillars, nor the labourers, nor even how quickly the time flew. Much the same happened to Igor Semyonitch. He worked from morning to night. He was always hurrying somewhere. He constantly lost his temper. He was irritable, but all this took place in a sort of enchanted state of semi-sleep. It was as if there were two men in him. One was the real Igor Semyonitch, who, listening to his gardener, Ivan Karlitch, making his report about the disorders in the gardens, would be indignant and put his hands to his head in despair. And the other, not the real one, who, as if in a half-tipsy state, would suddenly break into the business report in the middle of a word, and placing his hand on the gardener's shoulder would begin to murmur, "Whatever one may say, there is much in blood. His mother was a wonderful, a most noble, a most clever woman. It was a delight to look at her good, bright, pure face, like an angel's. She painted beautifully, she wrote verses, she could speak 5 foreign languages. She sang. Poor thing, may the heavenly kingdom be hers. She died of consumption." The unreal Igor Semyonitch sighed, and after a pause continued. "When he was a boy growing up in my house, he had the same angelic, bright and good face. He has the same look, the same movements, and the same soft, elegant manner of speaking that his mother had. And his intellect. He always astonished us by his intellect. By the way, it's not for nothing that he is a master of arts. Oh, not for nothing. But wait a little, Ivan Karlitch. You'll see what he'll be in 10 years. He'll be quite unapproachable." But here the real Igor Semyonitch, checking himself, made a serious face, caught hold of his head, and shouted, "Devils! They've dirtied, destroyed, devastated everything. The garden is lost. The garden is ruined." Kovrin worked with the same zeal as before, and did not notice the hurly-burly around him. Love only added oil to the fire. After each meeting with Tanya he returned to his room happy, enraptured, and with the same passion with which he had just kissed Tanya and had told her of his love, he seized a book, or set to work at his manuscript. All that the black monk had said about the chosen of God, eternal truth, the brilliant future of the human race, etc., only gave his work a special and uncommon meaning, and filled his soul with pride and the consciousness of his own eminence. Once or twice a week, either in the park or in the house, he met the black monk, and conversed with him for a long time. But this did not frighten him. On the contrary, it delighted him, as he was firmly convinced that such an apparition only visited the chosen, the eminent people, who had devoted themselves to the service of the idea. One day the monk appeared during dinner, and sat down in the dining-room near the window. Kovrin was delighted, and he very adroitly turned the conversation with Igor Semyonitch and Tanya upon subjects that might interest the monk. The black guest listened, and nodded his head affably. Igor Semyonitch and Tanya also listened, and smiled gaily, never suspecting that Kovrin was not talking to them, but to his vision. Unperceived, the fast of the Assumption was there, and soon after it the wedding day arrived. The marriage was celebrated according to Igor Semyonitch's persistent desire, with racket, that is, with senseless festivities that lasted 2 days. They ate and drank far more than 3,000 roubles. But owing to the bad hired band, the shrill toasts, the hurrying to and fro of the lackeys, the noise and the overcrowding, nobody could appreciate the bouquet of the expensive wines, nor the taste of the wonderful delicacies that had been ordered from Moscow. Chapter 7. Don't be afraid. It happened on one of the long winter nights that Kovrin was lying in bed reading a French novel. Poor little Tanya, who was not yet accustomed to live in a town, had a bad headache, as she often had by the evening, and was long since asleep, but from time to time she was uttering disconnected phrases in her sleep. It had struck 3. Kovrin blew out his candle and lay down. He lay long with closed eyes, but could not get to sleep because, so it seemed to him, it was very hot in the bedroom and Tanya was talking in her sleep. At 4:30 he again lit the candle, and at that moment he saw the black monk sitting on the armchair that stood near the bed. "How do you do?" the monk said, and after a short pause he asked, "Of what are you thinking now?" "Of fame," Kovrin answered. "In the French novel I have just been reading, there is a man, a young scientist, who did stupid things, and who pined away from longing for fame. These longings are incomprehensible to me." "Because you are wise. You look upon fame with indifference, like a plaything that does not interest you." "Yes, that is true." "Fame has no attraction for you. What is there flattering, interesting, or instructive in the fact that your name will be carved on your gravestone, and then time will efface this inscription together with its gilding? Besides, happily you are too many for man's weak memory to be able to remember all your names." "Naturally," Kovrin agreed. "Why should they be remembered? But let us speak of something else, for example, of happiness. What is happiness?" When the clock struck 5, he was sitting on his bed, with his feet resting on the rug, and turning to the monk, he was saying, "In ancient times one happy man was at last frightened at his own happiness. It was so great, and in order to propitiate the gods he sacrificed to them his most precious ring. You know that story? Like Polycrates, I am beginning to be alarmed at my own happiness. It appears to me strange that from morning to night I only experience joy. I am filled with joy, and it smothers all other feelings. I don't know what sadness, grief, or dullness is. Here am I, not asleep. I suffer from sleeplessness, but I am not dull. Quite seriously, I am beginning to be perplexed." "Why?" the monk asked in astonishment. "Is joy a superhuman feeling? Ought it not to be the normal condition of man? The higher a man is in his intellectual and moral development, the more free he is, the greater are the pleasures that life offers him. Socrates, Diogenes, and Marcus Aurelius knew joy and not grief. The Apostle says, 'Rejoice always.' Therefore rejoice, and be happy." "What if suddenly the gods were angered?" Kovrin said jokingly, and he laughed. "What if they take from me my comfort and make me suffer cold and hunger? It will scarcely be to my taste." In the meantime, Tanya awoke, and looked at her husband with amazement and terror. He was talking, addressing himself to the armchair, gesticulating and laughing. His eyes glistened, and there was something strange in his laughter. "Andryusha, with whom are you talking?" she asked, catching hold of the hand he was stretching out to the monk. "Andryusha, with whom? Eh? With whom?" Kovrin became confused. "With him. There he sits," he answered, pointing to the black monk. "There's nobody here. Nobody. Andryusha, you're ill." Tanya put her arms round her husband and pressed close to him, and as if to protect him from visions, she put her hand over his eyes. "You are ill," she sobbed, and her whole body trembled. "Forgive me, darling, my dear one. I have long noticed that your soul is troubled about something. You are mentally ill, Andryusha." Her shivering fit was communicated to him. He looked again at the armchair, which was now empty. He suddenly felt a weakness in the arms and legs. He was alarmed, and began to dress. "It's nothing, Tanya, nothing," he mumbled, shivering. "I really feel a little out of sorts. It's time to admit it." "I have long noticed it, and Papa has noticed it too," she said, trying to restrain her sobs. "You talk to yourself. You smile in a strange way. You don't sleep. Oh, my God, save us," she said in terror. "But you mustn't be afraid, Andryusha. Don't be afraid. For God's sake, don't be afraid." She also began to dress. Only now, when he looked at her, Kovrin understood all the danger of his position. He understood what the black monk and his talks with him meant. It was now quite clear to him that he was a madman. They both dressed, without knowing why, and went into the drawing-room. She went first. He followed her. Here Igor Semyonitch, who was staying with him, was already standing in his dressing-gown with a candle in his hand. "Don't be afraid, Andryusha," Tanya said again, trembling like one with a fever. "Don't be afraid. Papa, it will soon pass. It will soon pass." Kovrin was too excited to be able to speak. He wanted to say to his father-in-law, in a playful tone, "Congratulate me. I think I'm out of my mind." But his lips only moved, and he smiled bitterly. At 9 o'clock in the morning he was wrapped up in a fur coat and a shawl and driven in a carriage to the doctor's. He began a cure. Chapter 8. Torture. Summer had come back again, and the doctor ordered Kovrin to go to the country. Kovrin was already cured. He had ceased seeing the black monk, and it only was necessary to restore his physical strength. While living on his father-in-law's estate, he drank much milk, he worked only 2 hours a day, he did not drink wine, nor did he smoke. On the eve of St. Elias's Day, vespers were celebrated in the house. When the deacon handed the censer to the priest, there was an odour of the churchyard in the whole of the huge old hall, and it made Kovrin feel dull. He went into the garden. He walked about there without noticing the magnificent flowers. He sat on one of the benches and then wandered into the park. When he came to the river, he went down to the water's edge and stood there for some time, plunged in thought, looking at the water. The gloomy pines, with their rough roots that but a year ago had seen him so young, joyful, and hale, now did not whisper together, but stood motionless and dumb, just as if they didn't recognize him. And really, he was changed since last year. His head was closely cropped, his long, beautiful hair was gone, his gait was languid, his face had grown stouter and paler. He crossed over the footbridge to the other bank. Where the year before there had been rye, now mowed down oats lay in long rows. The sun had already disappeared, and on the horizon the red glow of sunset was still widespread, foretelling wind for the next day. It was quiet. Looking in the direction where a year before the black monk had made his first appearance, Kovrin stood for about 20 minutes, till the brightness of the sunset had faded away. When he returned to the house, languid and dissatisfied, vespers were over. Igor Semyonitch and Tanya were sitting on the steps of the terrace drinking tea. They were talking about something, but when they saw Kovrin coming they suddenly were silent, and he concluded, judging by their faces, that the conversation had been about him. "I think it's time for you to have your milk," Tanya said to her husband. "No, it's not time," he answered as he sat down on the very lowest step. "Drink it yourself, I don't want it." Tanya exchanged an anxious glance with her father and said in a guilty tone, "You yourself have noticed that milk does you good." "Oh, yes, very much good," Kovrin said, smiling. "I congratulate you. Since Friday I have added another pound to my weight." He squeezed his head tightly between his hands and said sadly, Why do you make me have this cure? All sorts of bromate preparations, idleness, warm baths, watching, poor-spirited, alarm for every mouthful, for every step. All this, in the end, will make a perfect idiot of me. I went mad. I had the mania of greatness. But for all that I was gay, healthy, and even happy. I was interesting and original. Now I have become more sober-minded and matter-of-fact. But in consequence I am now like everybody else. I am mediocre. Life is tiresome to me. Oh, how cruelly you have acted towards me. I saw hallucinations. In what way did that interfere with anybody? I ask you, with whom did that interfere? God knows what you are saying, Igor Semyonich said with a sigh. It's tiresome to listen to you. Then don't listen. The presence of people, especially of Igor Semyonich, irritated Kovrin. He answered him dryly, coldly, even rudely, and when he looked at him it was always with derision and with hatred. Igor Semyonich was confused and coughed guiltily, although he could feel no blame. Unable to understand this sudden and sharp change in their friendly and kind-hearted relations, Tanya pressed close to her father and looked into his eyes with troubled glances. She wanted to understand the cause, but could not. All that was clear to her was that their relations became, with every day, worse and worse. That lately her father had aged very much, and that her husband had become irritable, capricious, quarrelsome, and uninteresting. She could no longer laugh and sing. She ate nothing at dinner. She often had sleepless nights, expecting something dreadful, and she was so worn out that once she lay in a faint from dinner-time until evening. During Vespers it had appeared to her that her father was crying, and now, when they were all three sitting together on the terrace, she had to make an effort not to think of this. How happy were Buddha, Mohammed, and Shakespeare that their kind relations and doctors did not try to cure them of their ecstasies and inspirations, Kovrin said. If Mohammed had taken bromide to calm his nerves, had worked only 2 hours a day, and had drunk milk, as little would have remained of this remarkable man as of his dog. The doctors and the kind relations will in the end so blunt the capacities of mankind that at last mediocrity will be considered genius and civilization will perish. If you only knew how thankful I am to you, Kovrin said with vexation. He felt greatly irritated, and to prevent himself from saying too much, he rose quickly and went into the house. The night was calm, and the scent of tobacco and jalap was borne through the open window. In the large dark ballroom the moonlight lay in green patches on the floor and on the piano. Kovrin remembered his raptures of the previous summer, when the jalap smelled in the same way and the moon looked in at the windows. In order to renew last year's frame of mind, he hurried into his study, lit a strong cigar, and ordered the butler to bring him some wine. But the cigar only left an unpleasantly bitter taste in his mouth, and the wine had not the same flavour it had had the year before. What loss of habit does. He got giddy from the cigar, and after 2 sips of wine he had palpitations of the heart. So he had to take a dose of bromide. When she was going to bed, Tanya said to him, "My father adores you. You are angry with him for some reason, and it is killing him. Only look at him. He is aging not by days, but by hours. I implore you, Andryusha, for God's sake, for the sake of your late father, for the sake of my peace, be more affectionate with him." "I can't, and I won't." "But why?" Tanya asked, beginning to tremble all over. "Tell me why." "Because I don't like him, that's all," Kovarin said carelessly, and shrugged his shoulders. "But let us not talk of him. He is your father." I really can't understand," Tanya said, pressing her hands to her temples and looking at a point in front of her. "Something incomprehensible, something terrible is happening in our house. You are changed. You are not like yourself. You are clever. You are no ordinary man, and you get irritated with trifles. You meddle in all sort of tittle-tattle. Such trifles agitate you that sometimes one is astonished and cannot believe it, and asks oneself, is it you? Well, don't be angry. Don't be angry," she continued, alarmed by her own words and kissing his hands. "You are clever, kind, noble. You will be polite to my father. He's so good." "He's not good, but good-natured. The good-natured uncles and farcers, who are somewhat like your father, well-fed and with good-natured faces, extremely hospitable and a little comical, appeared touching and amusing to me in novels and farces and also in real life at one time. Now they are repugnant to me. They are all egoists to the marrow of their bones. What's most repugnant to me is their being overfed, and their abdominal, their entirely ox-like or swine-like optimism." Tanya sat down on the bed and laid her head on the pillow. "This is torture," she said, and her voice showed she was quite exhausted, and that it was difficult for her to speak. "Ever since the winter, there has not been a single quiet moment. Good God! It's terrible. I suffer." "Yes, of course, I am Herod, and you and your little papa are the Egyptian infants. Oh, of course." His face appeared to Tanya to be ugly and disagreeable. Hatred and an expression of derision did not become him. For some time she had noticed there was something wanting in his face. It was as if a change had taken place in his countenance ever since the time his hair had been cut. She wanted to say something insulting to him, but at the moment she caught herself having such inimical feelings, she became alarmed and left the bedroom. Chapter 9. Blood of Kovarin. Kovarin was appointed to a professor's chair. His inaugural address was announced for the 2nd of December, and the notice of this lecture was hung up in the corridor of the university. But on the appointed day he sent a telegram to inform the provost that owing to illness he was unable to give the lecture. He had had a severe hemorrhage from the throat. For some time he had spat blood, but about twice a month the hemorrhage was considerable, and after these attacks he experienced great weakness and fell into a somnolent condition. This illness did not cause him any special anxiety, as he knew that his mother had lived for 10 years and even longer with exactly the same malady, and the doctors assured him that there was no danger. They advised him only to be calm, to live a regular life, and to talk as little as possible. In January he was again unable to give the lecture owing to the same cause, and in February it was already too late to begin the course, and it had to be postponed until the next year. At that time he no longer lived with Tanya, but with another woman, who was 2 years older than he was, and who looked after him as if he were a child. His frame of mind was peaceful and tranquil. He obeyed willingly, and when Varvara Nikolaevna decided to take him to the Crimea, he consented, although he had a foreboding that nothing good would come of this journey. They arrived in Sevastopol towards evening, and stayed the night at a hotel to rest before proceeding the next day to Yalta. They were both exhausted from the long journey. Varvara Nikolaevna had some tea, went to bed, and was soon sound asleep. But Kovrin remained up. An hour before leaving home, he had received a letter from Tanya, and he had not been able to make up his mind to open it. It was still lying in his side pocket, and the thought of its being there agitated him unpleasantly. In the depths of his soul he now quite sincerely considered his marriage to have been a mistake. He was glad that he had definitely separated from her, and the remembrance of that woman, who at last had turned into a live, walking skeleton, and in whom all appeared to be dead with the exception of the large, clever eyes that looked steadily at you, aroused in him nothing but pity and sorrow for himself. And the handwriting on the envelope reminded him how unjust and cruel he had been 2 years ago, how he had vented his own emptiness of soul, dullness, solitude, and dissatisfaction with life on quite innocent people. This also reminded him of how one day he had torn into small pieces his dissertation, and all the articles he had written during his illness, and how he had thrown them out of the window, and the scraps of paper blown about by the wind had fluttered on to the flowers and the trees. In each line he saw strange pretensions that were founded on nothing, hair-brained passions, insolence, the mania of greatness, and this had produced on him the effect of reading a description of his own vices. But when the last copybook had been torn up, and had flown out of the window, for some reason he had suddenly become sorry and embittered, and he had gone to his wife and had told her all sorts of unpleasant things. Good God, how he had pestered her! One day, wanting to cause her pain, he had told her that her father had played an unenviable part in their romance, as he had asked him to marry her. Igor Semyonitch, who had accidentally overheard this, rushed into the room, and in his despair was unable to utter a word. He only stood there, shifting from one foot to another, and uttering a strange, lowing sound, as if he had been deprived of the power of speech. And Tanya, gazing at her father, gave a piercing shriek and fell down in a swoon. It was disgraceful. All this recurred to his memory at the sight of the familiar handwriting. Kovrin went out onto the balcony. It was a calm, warm evening, and there was a scent of the sea. The moon and lights were reflected in the beautiful bay, which was of a colour for which it was difficult to find a name. It was a delicate and soft blending of blue and green. In places the water assumed the colour of green copperas, and in other places it seemed as if the moonlight had solidified, and instead of water had filled the bay. And in general, what harmony of colour there was all around! What a peaceful, calm, and lofty enjoyment! In the floor below, just under the balcony, the window was probably open because one could distinctly hear women's voices and laughter. It was evident an evening party was going on there. Kovrin made an effort, unsealed the letter, and re-entering his room, he read, "My father has just died. I owe this to you, as you have killed him. Our garden is ruined. Strangers are now masters there. That is to say, What my poor father so feared is happening. I owe this to you, too. I hate you with my whole soul, and I hope you will soon perish. Oh, how I suffer! My soul is consumed by unbearable pain. May you be accursed. I mistook you for an extraordinary man, for a genius. I loved you, but you proved to be a madman. Kovrin could read no farther. He tore up the letter and threw it away. He was overpowered by a feeling of uneasiness that was almost like fear. Varvara Nikolaevna was sleeping behind the screen, and he could hear her breathing. From the story below, the sound of women's voices and laughter were borne to him, but he had a sort of feeling that in the whole of the hotel there was not a living soul besides himself. Because unhappy, sorrowing Tanya had cursed him in her letter, and had wished him to perish. A feeling of dread came over him, and he looked furtively at the door, as if he feared that the unknown power which in the space of some 2 years had caused such ruin in his life and in the lives of those dearest to him would enter the room and again take possession of him. By experience he knew that when his nerves were unstrung, the best remedy was work. He must sit down to the table and force himself to concentrate his mind on some special subject. He took out of his portfolio a copybook in which he had jotted down the synopsis of a small work he had thought of writing, if the weather proved to be bad in the Crimea, as it was dull to be without occupation. He sat down to the table and began to work at this synopsis, and it appeared to him that his old, peaceful, submissive, equitable frame of mind was coming back. The copybook with the synopsis aroused in him thoughts of worldly vanities. He thought how much life takes for the insignificant or very ordinary blessings that it is able to give man in exchange. For example, in order to receive before 40 an ordinary professorial chair and to expound in a languid, tiresome, heavy style very ordinary thoughts, which besides are the thoughts of other people, in a word, to attain the position of a moderately good scholar, he, Kovrin, had to study for 15 years, to work day and night, pass through serious mental disease, to survive an unsuccessful marriage and commit all sorts of follies and injustices, which it would be pleasant to forget. Kovrin realized now quite plainly that he was an ordinary mediocrity, and he was quite satisfied with this, as he considered every man must be contented with what he was. His synopsis would have been able to calm him if the white scraps of the torn-up letter that lay on the floor had not prevented him from concentrating his thoughts. He rose from the table, collected the fragments of the letter, and threw them out of the window. But a light wind was blowing from the sea, and the scraps of paper were scattered on the window-sill. He again was seized by a feeling of uneasiness that was almost like fear, and it seemed to him that in the whole of the hotel, with the exception of himself, there was not a single living soul. He went on to the balcony. The bay, as if alive, looked at him with numberless azure, dark blue, turquoise blue, and fiery eyes, and enticed him towards itself. It was really hot and sultry, and it would be pleasant to have a bath. Suddenly, in the lower story just under the balcony, there was the sound of a violin, and 2 delicate women's voices began to sing. They were singing something very familiar. The song that was being sung below told of a girl who had a sick imagination, who heard mysterious sounds at night in the garden, and made up her mind that they were sacred harmonies, that were incomprehensible to us mortals. Kovrin had catchings of his breath, and his heart grew heavy with sadness, and a beautiful, sweet joy, such as he had long forgotten, throbbed in his breast. A high, black column that looked like a whirlwind or a waterspout appeared on the opposite shores of the bay. With terrible rapidity it moved across the bay in the direction of the hotel, becoming smaller and darker, and Kovrin had scarcely time to stand to one side to make room for it. A monk, with a bare head and black eyebrows, barefooted, with hands crossed on his breast, was borne past him and stopped in the middle of the room. "Why did you not believe me?" he asked reproachfully, and looked kindly at Kovrin. "If you had believed me then, when I told you that you were a genius, you would not have passed these 2 years so sadly and so miserably." Kovrin believed that he was the chosen of God and a genius. He instantly remembered all his former conversations with the black monk, and he wanted to speak, but blood began to flow from his throat straight onto his breast, and he, not knowing what to do, passed his hands over his chest, and his cuffs became saturated with blood. He wanted to call Varvara Nikolaevna, who was sleeping behind the screen. He made an effort and said, "Tanya." He fell on the floor, and raising himself on his arm again, called, "Tanya." He called to Tanya. He called to the great gardens with their lovely flowers sprinkled with dew. He called to the park, to the pines with their rugged roots, to the fields of rye, to his wonderful science, to his youth, courage, joy. He called to life that was so beautiful. He saw on the floor, close to his face, a large pool of blood, and from weakness he could not utter another word, but an inexpressible, a boundless happiness filled his whole being. Below, just under the balcony, they were playing the serenade, and the black monk whispered to him that he was a genius, and that he was only dying because his weak human body had lost its balance and could no longer serve as the garb for a genius. When Varvara Nikolaevna awoke and came from behind the screen, Kovrin was already dead, and his face had stiffened in a blissful smile.
This ends The Black Monk.
The Horse Stealer and Other Stories by Anton Chekhov. Narrated by Belinda Hillman. A Troublesome Visitor. In the low-pitched, crooked little hut of Artyom the forester, 2 men were sitting under the big dark icon. Artyom himself, a short and lean peasant with a wrinkled, aged-looking face, and a little beard that grew out of his neck, and a well-grown young man in a new crimson shirt and big wading boots, who had been out hunting and come in for the night. They were sitting on a bench at a little 3-legged table on which a tallow candle stuck into a bottle was lazily burning. Outside the window, the darkness of the night was full of the noisy uproar into which nature usually breaks out before a thunderstorm. The wind howled angrily, and the bowed trees moaned miserably. One pane of the window had been pasted up with paper, and leaves torn off by the wind could be heard pattering against the paper. "I tell you what, good Christian," said Artemer in a hoarse, little tenor half-whisper, staring with unblinking, scary-looking eyes at the hunter. "I am not afraid of wolves, or bears, or wild beasts of any sort, but I am afraid of man. You can save yourself from beasts with a gun or some other weapon, but you have no means of saving yourself from a wicked man. To be sure, you can fire at a beast, but if you shoot at a robber, you will have to answer for it. You will go to Siberia. I've been forester, my lad, for 30 years, and I couldn't tell you what I have had to put up with from wicked men. There have been lots and lots of them here. The hut's on a cart. It's a cart road, and that brings them, the devils. Every sort of ruffian turns up, and without taking off his cap or making the sign of the cross, bursts straight in upon one with, 'Give us some bread, you old so-and-so.' And where am I to get bread for him? What claim has he? Am I a millionaire to feed every drunkard that passes? They are half blind with spite. They have no cross on them, the devils. They'll give you a clout on the ear and not think twice about it. 'Give us bread.' Well, one gives it. One is not going to fight with them, the idols. Some of them are 2 yards across the shoulder. Some of them are 2 yards across the shoulders, and a great big fist as big as your boot. And you see the sort of figure I am. One of them could smash me with his little finger. Well, one gives him bread, and he gobbles it up and stretches out full length across the hut with not a word of thanks. And there are some that ask for money. 'Tell me where your money is,' as though I had money. How should I come by it?" "A forester and no money," laughed the hunter. "You get wages every month, and I'll be bound you sell timber on the sly." Artyom took a timid sideway glance at his visitor and twitched his beard as a magpie twitches her tail. "You are still young to say a thing like that to me," he said. "You will have to answer to God for those words. Whom may your people be? Where do they come from?" "I am from Vyazovka. I am the son Nephid, the village elder." "You have gone out for sport with your gun. I used to like sport too when I was young." "Ah, our sins are grievous," said Artyom with a yawn. "It's a sad thing. There are few good folks, but villains and murderers, no end. God have mercy upon us." "You seem frightened of me, too." "Come, what next? What should I be afraid of you for?" "I see. I understand. You came in, and not just anyhow, but you made the sign of the cross. You bowed. All decent and proper. I understand. One can give you bread. I am a widower. I don't heat the stove. I sold the samovar. I'm too poor to keep meat or anything else, but bread you're welcome to." At that moment something began growling under the bench. The growl was followed by a hiss. Artyom started, drew up his legs, and looked inquiringly at the hunter. "It's my dog worrying your cat," said the hunter. "You devils," he shouted under the bench, "lie down. You'll be beaten. I say your cat's thin, mate. She is nothing but skin and bone." "She is old. It is time she was dead." "So you say you are from Vyazovka? I see you don't feed her. Though she's a cat, she's a creature. Every breathing thing. You should have pity on her." "You were a queer lot in Vyazovka," Artyom went on, as though not listening. "The church has been robbed twice in 1 year. To think that there are such wicked men, so they fear neither man nor God, to steal what is the Lord's. Hanging's too good for them. In old days the governors used to have such rogues flogged. However you punish, whether it is with flogging or anything else, it will be no good. You will not knock the wickedness out of a wicked man. Save and preserve us, Queen of Heaven." Forster sighed abruptly. "Save us from all enemies and evildoers. Last week, at Polovi Smishji, a mower struck another on the chest with his scythe. He killed him outright. And what was it all about, God bless me? One mower came out of the tavern drunk. The other met him drunk too." The young man, who had been listening attentively, suddenly started, and his face grew tense as he listened. "Stay," he said, interrupting the forester. "I fancy someone is shouting." The hunter and the forester fell to listening, with their eyes fixed on the window. Through the noise of the forest they could hear sounds such as the strained ear can always distinguish in every storm, so that it was difficult to make out whether people were calling for help or whether the wind was wailing in the chimney. But the wind tore at the roof, tapped at the paper on the window, and brought a distinct shout of "Help!" "Talk of your murderer," said the hunter, turning pale and getting up. "Someone is being robbed." "Lord have mercy on us," whispered the forester, and he too turned pale and got up. The hunter looked aimlessly out of window and walked up and down the hut. "What a night, he muttered. "You can't see your hand before your face. The very time for a robbery. Do you hear? There's a shout again." The forester looked at the icon, and from the icon turned his eyes upon the hunter, and sank onto the bench, collapsing like a man terrified by sudden bad news. "Good Christian," he said in a tearful voice, "you might go into the passage and bolt the door, and we must put out the light." "What for?" "By ill luck they may find their way here." "Oh, our sins! We ought to be going, and you talk of bolting the door? You are a clever one. Are you coming?" The hunter threw his gun over his shoulder and picked up his cap. "Get ready. Take your gun. Hey, Flurka, here," he called to his dog. "Flurka." A dog with long frayed ears, a mongrel between a setter and a house dog, came out from under the bench. He stretched himself by his master's feet and wagged his tail. "Why are you sitting there?" cried the hunter to the forester. "You mean to say you are not going?" "Where?" "To help." "How can I?" said the forester with a wave of his hand, shuddering all over. "I can't bother about it." "Why won't you come?" "After talking of such dreadful things, I won't stir a step into the darkness." "Bless them! And what should I go for?" "What are you afraid of? Haven't you got a gun?" "Let us go, please do. It's scaring to go along. It will be more cheerful, the two of us." "Do you hear? There was a shout again. Get up." "Whatever do you think of me, lad?" wailed the forester. "Do you think I am such a fool to go straight to my undoing? So you are not coming." The forester did not answer. The dog, probably hearing a human cry, gave a plaintive whine. "Are you coming, I ask you?" cried the hunter, rolling his eyes angrily. "You do keep on. Upon my word," said the forester with annoyance. "Go yourself." "Ah, low cur," growled the hunter, turning towards the door. "Flurka, here." He went out and left the door open. The wind flew into the hut. The flame of the candle flickered uneasily, flared up, and went out. As he bolted the door after the hunter, the forester saw the puddles in the track, the nearest pine trees, and the retreating figure of his guest, lighted up by a flash of lightning. Far away he heard the rumble of thunder. "Holy, holy, holy," whispered the forester, making haste to thrust the thick bolt into the great iron rings. "What weather the Lord has sent us!" Going back into the room, he felt his way to the stove, lay down, and covered himself from head to foot. Lying under the sheepskin and listening intently, he could no longer hear the human cry, but the peals of thunder kept growing louder and more prolonged. He could hear the big wind-lashed raindrops pattering angrily on the panes and paper of the window. "He's gone on a fool's errand," he thought, picturing the hunter soaked with rain and stumbling over the tree stumps. "I bet his teeth are chattering with terror." Not more than 10 minutes later there was a sound of footsteps, followed by a loud knock at the door. "Who's there?" cried the forester. "It is I," he heard the young man's voice. "Unfasten the door." The forester clambered down from the stove, felt for the candle, and lighting it, went to the door. The hunter and his dog were drenched to the skin. They had come in for the heaviest of the downpour, and now the water ran from them as from washed clothes before they had been wrung out. "What is it?" asked the forester. "A peasant woman driving in a cart. She had gone off the road," answered the young man, struggling with his breathlessness. "She was caught in a thicket." "Ah, the silly thing. She was frightened then. Well, did you put her cart on the road?" "I don't care to talk to a scoundrel like you." The young man flung his wet cap on the bench and went on. "I now know that you are a scoundrel and the lowest of men, and you are a keeper, too, getting a salary, you blackguard." The forester slunk with a guilty step to the stove, cleared his throat, and lay down. The young man sat on the bench, thought a little, and lay down on it full length. Not long afterwards he got up, put out the candle, and lay down again. During a particularly loud clap of thunder, he turned over, spat on the floor, and growled out, "He's afraid. And what if the woman were being murdered? Whose business is it to defend her? And he an old man, too, and a Christian. He's a pig and nothing else." The forester cleared his throat and heaved a deep sigh. Somewhere in the darkness, Flurka shook his wet coat vigorously, which sent drops of water flying all over the room. "So you wouldn't care if the woman were murdered," the hunter went on. "Well, strike me. God, I had no notion you were that sort of man." A silence followed. The thunderstorm was by now over, and the thunder came from far away, but it was still raining. "And suppose it hadn't been a woman, but you shouting, 'Help!'" said the hunter, breaking the silence. "How would you feel, you beast, if no one ran to your aid? You've upset me with your meanness, plague take you." After another long interval, the hunter said, "You must have money to be afraid of people. A man who is poor is not likely to be afraid." "For those words you will answer before God," Artyom said hoarsely from the stove. "I have no money." "I dare say scoundrels always have money. Why are you afraid of people then? So you must have. I'd like to take and rob you for spite to teach you a lesson." Artyom slipped noiselessly from the stove, lighted a candle, and sat under the holy image. He was pale and did not take his eyes off the hunter. "Here, I'll rob you," said the hunter, getting up. "What do you think about it? Fellows like you want a lesson. Tell me, where is your money hidden?" Artyom drew his legs up under him and blinked. "What are you wriggling for? Where is your money hidden? Have you lost your tongue, you fool? Why don't you answer?" The young man jumped up and went up to the forester. "He is blinking like an owl. Well, give me your money, or I will shoot you with my gun." "Why do you keep on at me?" squealed the forester, and big tears rolled from his eyes. "What's the reason of it? God sees all. You will have to answer for every word you say. To God, you have no right whatever to ask for my money." The young man looked at Artyom's tearful face, frowned, and walked up and down the hut, then angrily clapped his cap on his head and picked up his gun. It makes me sick to look at you," he filtered through his teeth. "I can't bear the sight of you. I won't sleep in your house anyway. Goodbye. Hey, Flurker." The door slammed, and the troublesome visitor went out with his dog. Artyom bolted the door after him, crossed himself, and lay down. The end. Thanks for listening to The Horse Stealer by Anton Chekhov, narrated by Belinda Hillman.
The Hoop by Fyodor Sologub. A woman was taking her morning stroll in a lonely suburban street. A boy of 4 was with her. She was young and smart, and she was smiling brightly. She was casting affectionate glances at her son, whose red cheeks beamed with happiness. The boy was bowling a hoop, a large, new, bright yellow hoop. He ran after his hoop awkwardly, laughed uproariously with joy, thrust forward his plump little legs, bare at the knee, and flourished his stick. He needn't have raised his stick so high above his head, but what of that? What happiness! He had never had a hoop before. How briskly it made him run! And nothing of this had existed for him before. Everything was new to him. The streets in early morning, the merry sun, and the distant din of the city. Everything was new to the boy, and joyous and pure. A shabbily dressed old man, with coarse hands, stood at the street crossing. He pressed close to the wall to let the woman and the boy pass. The old man looked at the boy with dull eyes and smiled stupidly. Confused, sluggish thoughts struggled within his almost bald head. "A little gentleman," said he to himself, "quite a small fellow, and simply bursting with joy. Just look at him cutting his paces." He could not quite understand it. Somehow it seemed strange to him. Here was a child, a thing to be pulled about by the hair. Play is mischief. Children, as everyone knows, are mischief-makers. And there was the mother. She uttered no reproach. She made no fuss. She did not scold. She was smart and bright. It was quite easy to see that they were used to warmth and comfort. On the other hand, when he, the old man, was a boy, he lived a dog's life. There was nothing particularly rosy in his life even now, though, to be sure, he was no longer thrashed, and he had plenty to eat. He recalled his younger days, their hunger, their cold, their drubbings. He had never had fun with a hoop or other playthings of well-to-do folks. Thus passed all his life, in poverty, in care, in misery. And he could recall nothing, not a single joy. He smiled with his toothless mouth at the boy, and he envied him. He reflected, what a silly sport. But envy tormented him. He went to work, to the factory where he had worked from childhood, where he had grown old, and all day he thought of the boy. It was a fixed, deep-rooted thought. He simply could not get the boy out of his mind. He saw him running, laughing, stamping his feet, bowling the hoop. What plump little legs he had, bared at the knee. All day long, amid the din of the factory wheels, the boy with the hoop appeared to him, and at night he saw the boy in a dream. Next morning, his reveries again pursued the old man. The machines were clattering, the labor was monotonous, automatic. The hands were busy at their accustomed tasks. The toothless mouth was smiling at a diverting fancy. The air was thick with dust, and under the high ceiling strap after strap, with hissing sound, glided quickly from wheel to wheel, endless in number. The far corners were invisible for the dense escaping vapors. Men emerged here and there like phantoms, and the human voice was not heard for the incessant din of the machines. The old man's fancy was at work. He had become a little boy for the moment. His mother was a gentlewoman, and he had his hoop and his little stick. He was playing, driving the hoop with the little stick. He wore a white costume. His little legs were plump, bare at the knee. The days passed. The work went on. The fancy persisted. The old man was returning from work one evening when he saw the hoop of an old barrel lying in the street. It was a rough, dirty object. The old man trembled with happiness, and tears appeared in his dull eyes. A sudden, almost irresistible desire took possession of him. He glanced cautiously around him, then he bent down, picked up the hoop with trembling hands, and smiling shamefacedly, carried it home with him. No one noticed him. No one questioned him. Whose concern was it? A ragged old man was carrying an old, battered, useless hoop. Who cared? He carried it stealthily, afraid of ridicule. Why he picked it up and why he carried it, he himself could not tell. Still, it was like the boy's hoop, and this was enough. There was no harm in it lying about. He could look at it, he could touch it. It would stimulate his reveries. The whistle and turmoil of the factory would grow fainter, the escaping vapors less dense. For several days the hoop lay under the bed in the old man's poor, cramped quarters. Sometimes he would take it from its place and look at it. The dirty grey hoop soothed the old man, and the sight of it quickened his persistent thoughts about the happy little boy. It was a clear, warm morning, and the birds were chirping away in the consumptive urban trees somewhat more cheerfully than usual. The old man rose early, took his hoop, and walked a little distance out of town. He coughed as he made his way among the old trees and the thorny bushes in the woods. The trees, covered with their dry, blackish, bursting bark, seemed to him incomprehensibly and sternly silent. The odors were strange, the insects astonishing, the ferns of gigantic growth. There was neither dust nor din here, and the gentle, exquisite morning mist lay behind the trees. The old feet glided over the dry leaves and stumbled across the old gnarled roots. The old man broke off a dry limb and hung his hoop upon it. He came upon an opening, full of daylight and of calm. The dewdrops, countless and opalescent, gleamed upon the green blades of newly mown grass. Suddenly, the old man let the hoop slide off the stick. He struck with the stick and sent the hoop rolling across the green lawn. The old man laughed, brightened at once, and pursued the hoop like that little boy. He kicked up his feet and drove the hoop with his stick, which he flourished high over his head, just as that little boy did. It seemed to him that he was small, beloved, and happy. It seemed to him that he was being looked after by his mother, who was following close behind and smiling. Like a child on his first outing, he felt refreshed on the bright grass and on the still mosses. His goat-like, dust-grey beard that harmonized with his sallow face trembled, while his cough mingled with his laughter, and raucous sounds came from his toothless mouth. And the old man grew to love his morning hour in the woods with the hoop. He sometimes thought he might be discovered and ridiculed, and this aroused him to a keen sense of shame. This shame resembled fear. He would grow numb, and his knees would give way under him. He would look round him with fright and timidity, but no, there was no one to be seen or to be heard. And having diverted himself to his heart's content, he would return to the city, smiling gently and joyously. No one had ever found him out, and nothing unusual ever happened. The old man played peacefully for several days, and one very dewy morning he caught cold. He went to bed and soon died. Dying in the factory hospital, among strangers, indifferent people, he smiled serenely. His memories soothed him. He too had been a child. He too had laughed and scampered across the green grass among the dark trees. His beloved mother had followed him with her eyes. The Uniter of Souls by Fyodor Sologub. Garmanov was extremely young, and had not yet learnt to time his visits. He usually came at the wrong hour, and did not know when to leave. He realized at last that he was boring Sanpolyev almost to madness. It dawned upon him that he was taking Sanpolyev from his work. He recalled that Sanpolyev had borne himself with a constrained politeness toward him, and that at times a caustic phrase escaped his lips. Garmanov grew painfully red. A sudden flame spread itself under the smooth skin of his drawn cheeks. He rose irresolutely. Then he sat down again, for he saw that Sanpolyev was about to say something. Sanpolyev took up the thread of the conversation in a depressed voice. "So you've put a mask on. What do you want me to understand by that?" Garmanov muttered in a confused way. "It's necessary to dissemble sometimes." Sanpolyev would not listen further, but gave way to his irritation. "What do you understand about it? What do you know of masks? There is no mask without a responding soul. It is impossible to put on a mask without harmonizing your soul with its soul. Otherwise the mask is uncovered." Sanpolyev grew silent, and looked miserably before him. He did not look at Garmanov. He felt again a strange, instinctive hate for him, such as he felt at their first meeting. He had always tried to hide this hate under a mask of great heartiness. He had urged Garmanov most earnestly to visit him, and praised Garmanov's verses to everyone. But from time to time he spoke coarse, malicious words to the timid young man, who then flushed violently and shrank back within himself. Sanpolyev was quick to pity him, but soon again he detested his cautious, sluggish ways. He thought him secretive and cunning. Garmanov rose, said good-bye, and went out. Sanpolyev was left alone. He felt miserable because his work had been interrupted. He no longer felt in the same working mood. A secret malice tormented him. Why should this seemingly insignificant youth, Garmanov, evoke such bitterness in him? He had a large mouth, a long, very smooth face. His movements were slow. His voice had a drawl. There was something ambiguous about him, and enigmatical. Sanpolyev began sadly to pace the room. He stopped before the wall, and began to speak. There are many people nowadays who have long conversations with the wall. The wall, indeed, makes an interested interlocutor, and a faithful one. "It is possible," he said, "to hate so strongly and so poignantly only that which is near to one. But in what does this devilish nearness consist? By what impure magic has some demon bound our souls together, souls so unlike one another? Mine, that of a man of action with a bent for repose, and his, the soul of a large-mouthed fledgling, who is as cunning as a conspirator, and as cautious as a coward. And what is there in his character that conflicts so strangely with his appearance? Who has stolen the best and most needful part from this mollycoddle soul?" He spoke quietly, almost in a murmur. Then he exclaimed, as though in a rage, "Who has done this? Man or the enemy of man?" And he heard the strange answer, I. Someone spoke this word in a clear, shrill voice. It was like the sharp yet subdued ring of rusty steel. Sanpoliev trembled nervously. He looked round him. There was no one in the room. He sat down in the armchair and looked, scowling on the table, buried under books and papers. And he waited. He awaited something. The waiting grew painful. He said loudly, "Well, why do you hide? You've begun to speak. You might as well appear. What do you wish to say? What is it?" He began to listen intently. His nerves were strained. It seemed as though the slightest noise would have sounded like an archangel's trumpet. Then there was sudden laughter. It was sharp, and it was like the sound of rusty metal. The spring of some elaborate toy seemed to unwind itself, and trembled and tinkled in the subdued quiet of the evening. Sanpoliev put the palms of his hands over his temples and rested upon his elbows. He listened intently. The laugh died away with mechanical evenness. It was evident that it came from somewhere quite near, perhaps from the table itself. Sanpoliev waited. He gazed with intent eyes at the bronze inkstand. He asked derisively, "Ink sprite, was it not you that laughed?" The sharp voice, quite unlike the muffled voice of phantoms, answered with the same derision, "No, you are mistaken, and you are not very brilliant. I am not an ink sprite. Don't you know the rustling voices of ink sprites? You're a poor observer." And again there was laughter. Again the rusty spring tinkled as it unwound itself. Sanpoliev said, "I don't know who you are, and how should I know? I cannot see you. Only I think that you're like the rest of your fraternity. You're always near us. You poke your noses into everything, and you bring sadness and evil spells upon us. Yet you dare not show yourselves before our eyes." The metallic voice replied, "The fact is, I came to have a talk with you. I love to talk with such as yourself, with half-folk." The voice grew silent, and Sanpoliev waited for it to laugh. He thought, he must punctuate his every phrase with that hideous laughter. Indeed, he was not mistaken. The strange visitor really talked in this way. First he would speak a few words, then he would burst out into a sharp, rusty laughter. It seemed as though he used his words to wind up the spring, and that later the spring relaxed itself with his laughter. And while his laughter was still dying away with mechanical evenness, the guest showed himself from behind the inkstand. He was small, and was no taller from head to foot than the fourth finger. He was grey steel in colour. Owing to his small stature and to his rapid movements, it was hard to tell whether the dim glow came from the body or from a garment that stretched lightly over it. In any case, it was something smooth, something expressly simple. The body seemed like a slender keg, broader at the belt, narrower at the shoulders and below. The arms and legs were of equal length and thickness, and of like nimbleness and flexibility. It seemed as though the arms were very long and thick, and the legs disproportionately short and thin. The neck was short. The face was hardy. The legs were widely astride. At the end of the back, something was visible in the nature of a tail or a thick cone. Like growths were upon the sides, under the elbows. The strange figure moved quickly, nimbly, and surely. The monster sat down on the bronze ridge of the inkstand, pushing aside the wooden penholder with his foot in order to be more comfortable. He grew quiet. Sanpoliev examined his face. It was lean, grey, and smooth. His eyes were small and glowed brightly. His mouth was large. His ears stuck out and were pointed at the top. He sat there, grasping the ridge with his hands, like a monkey. Sanpoliev asked, "Gracious guest, what do you want to say to me?" And in answer a slight voice, mechanically even, unpleasantly sharp, and rather rusty in tone, made itself heard. "Man with a single head and a single soul, recall your past, your primitive experience of those ancient days when you and he lived in the same body." and again there was laughter, shrill and sharp, piercing the ear. While he was still laughing, the guest, with mechanical agility, turned a somersault. He stood on his hands, and Sanpoliev saw for the first time what he had taken for a tail was really a second head. This head did not differ in any way, as far as he could see, from the other head. Whether the heads were too small for him to observe, or whether the heads did not actually differ, it was quite certain that Sanpoliev did not see the slightest distinction between them. The arms reversed themselves as on hinges, and became quite like the legs. The first head, then losing its colour, hid itself between these arm legs, while the former legs reversed themselves mechanically, and became the arms. Sanpoliev looked at his strange guest with astonishment. The guest made wry faces, and danced, and when at last he grew still, and his laughter gradually died away, the second head began to speak. "How many souls have you, and how many consciousnesses? Can you tell me that? You pride yourself on the amazing differentiation of your organs. You have an idea that each member of your body fulfills its own well-defined functions. But tell me, stupid man, have you anything whereby to preserve the memory of your previous existences? The other head contains the rest of you, your early memories and your earlier experience. You argue subtly and craftily across the threshold of your pitiful consciousness. But your misfortune is that you have only one head." The guest burst out again into rusty metallic laughter, and he laughed this time rather long. He laughed, and he danced at the same time. He turned somersaults, or he rested upon one arm and upon one leg, thereby causing one of his sides to turn upward, until it was impossible to distinguish any of his four extremities. Afterwards, his limbs again turned mechanically, and it became obvious that the growths on his sides were also heads. Each head spoke and laughed in its turn. Each head grimaced, mocked at him. Sanpoliev exclaimed in great fury, "Be silent!" The guest danced, shouted, and laughed. Sanpoliev thought, "I must catch him and crush him, or I must smash the monster with a blow of the heavy press." But the guest continued to laugh and to make wry faces. "I dare not take him with my hands," thought Sanpoliev. "He might burn or scorch me. A knife would be better." He opened his penknife. Then he quickly directed its sharp point toward the middle of his guest's body. The four-headed monster gathered himself into a ball, flapped his four paws, and burst into piercing laughter. Sanpoliev threw his knife on the table and exclaimed, "Hateful monster! What do you want of me?" The guest jumped upon the sharply pointed lid of the inkstand, perched himself upon one foot, stretched his arms upward, and exclaimed in an ugly, shrill voice, "Man with one head, recall your remote past, when you and he were in the same body, the time you shared together in a dangerous adventure. Recall the dance of that terrible hour." Suddenly it grew dark. The laughter resounded, hoarse and hideous. The head was going round. Light columns moved forward out of the darkness. The ceiling was low. The torches glowed dimly. The red tongues of flame wavered in the scented air. The flute poured out its notes. Handsome young limbs moved in measure to its music. And it seemed to Sanpoliev that he was young and powerful, and that he was dancing round a banqueting table. A shriveled, insolent, drunken face was looking at him. The banqueter was laughing uproariously. He was happy, and the dance of the half-naked youths pleased him. Sanpoliev felt that a furious rage was strangling him, and was hindering him from carrying out his project. He danced past the carousing man, and his hands trembled. A reddish mist of hate dimmed his sight. His second soul wakened at the same time. It was the cunning, the sidling, the feline soul. This time the youth smiled at the happy man. He floated gracefully past him, a sweet, gentle boy. The banqueter laughed loudly. The youth's naked limbs and bared torso cheered the lord of the feast. And again there was hate, which dimmed his eyes with a red haze, and caused his hands to tremble with fury. Someone whispered angrily, "Are we going to twirl so long fruitlessly? It is time. It is time. Put an end to it." The friendly spirits prevailed. The two souls flowed together. Hate and cunning became one. There was a light, floating movement, then a powerful stroke. Nimble feet swept the youth into the swift, beautiful dance. There was a hoarse outcry, then an uproar. Everything became confused. And again there was darkness. Polyev awoke. The same small monster was dancing on the table, grimacing and laughing uproariously. Polyev asked, "What's the meaning of this?" His guest replied, "Two souls once dwelt in this youth, and one of them is now yours. It is a soul of exultant emotions and of passionate desires. It is an ever-insatiable, trembling soul." Then there was laughter, jarring on the ear. The monster danced on. Polyev shouted, "Stop, you dance devil! It seems to me you wish to say that the second soul of this primitive youth lives in the feeble body of this despicable, smooth-faced youngster." The guest stopped laughing and exclaimed, "Man, you have at last understood what I wish to tell you. Now perhaps you will guess who I am and why I have come." Polyev waited until the trembling, shrill laughter ceased, and he answered his guest, "You are the uniter of souls. But why did you not join us at our birth?" The monster hissed, curled up, then stopped and threw upward one of his side heads, and exclaimed, "We can repair this if you like. Do you wish it?" "I wish it," Polyev replied quickly. "Call him to you on New Year's Eve, and call me. This hair will enable you to summon me." The monster ran quickly to the lamp, and placing upon its stand a short, thin black hair, continued speaking. "When you light it, I'll come, but you ought to know that neither you nor he will preserve afterward a separate existence, and the man who will depart from here shall contain both souls, but it will be neither you nor he." Then he disappeared. His shrill, rusty laughter still resounded and tormented the ear, but Polyev no longer saw anyone before him. Only a black hair on the flat stand of the lamp reminded him of his guest. Polyev took the hair and put it into his purse. The last day of the year was approaching midnight. Garmonov was sitting once more at Polyev's. They spoke quietly, in subdued voices. It was painful. Polyev asked, "You do not regret coming to my lonely party?" The smooth-faced young man smiled, and this made his teeth seem very white. He drawled out his words very slowly, and what he said was so tedious and so empty that Polyev had no desire to listen to him. Polyev, without continuing the conversation, asked quite bluntly, "You remember your earlier existence?" "Not very well," answered Garmonov. It was clear that he did not understand the question, and that he thought Polyev had asked him about his childhood. Polyev frowned in his vexation. He began to explain what he wished to say. He felt that his speech was involved and long, and this vexed him still more. But Garmonov had understood. He grew cheerful. He flushed slightly. His words had a more animated sound than usual. "Yes, yes. I sometimes feel that I have lived before. It is such a strange feeling. It's as though that life was fuller, bolder, and freer, and that I dared to do things that I dare not do now." "And isn't it true," asked Polyev in some agitation, "that you feel as though you had lost something, as though you now lack the most significant part of your being?" "Yes," answered Garmonov with emphasis. "That's precisely my feeling." "Would you like to restore this missing part?" Polyev continued to question. "To be once more as before, whole and bold, to contain in one body which shall feel itself light and young and free, the fullness of life, and the union of the antagonistic identities of our human breed? To be, indeed, more than whole, to feel, as it were, in one's breast the beating of a doubled heart, to be this and that, to join two clashing souls within oneself, and to wrest the necessary manhood and hardihood for great deeds from the fiery struggle of intense contradictions. Yes, yes, said Garmanov. I too sometimes dream about this. St. Polyev was afraid to look at the irresolute, confused, smooth face of his young visitor. He vaguely feared that Garmanov's face would disconcert him. He made haste. Besides, midnight was approaching. St. Polyev said quietly, I have the means in my hands to realize this dream. Do you wish to have it realized? I should like to, said Garmanov irresolutely. St. Polyev raised his eyes. He looked at Garmanov with firmness and decision, as though he demanded something urgent and indispensable from him. He looked with a fixed intentness into the dark, youthful eyes, which should have flamed fire, but instead they were the cold, crafty eyes of a little man with half a soul. But it seemed to St. Polyev that under his fixed, fiery gaze, Garmanov's eyes were becoming inflamed with enthusiasm and burning wrath. The young man's smooth face had suddenly become significant and stern. Do you wish it? St. Polyev asked him once more. Garmanov replied quickly, with decision, I wish it. And then a strange, sharp, shrill voice pronounced, O small and cunning man, you who once during your ancient existence did a deed of great hardihood, that was when you joined your crafty soul to the flaming soul of an indignant man. Tell us in this great rare hour, have you firmly decided to merge your soul with the other, the different soul? And Garmanov answered even more quickly and more decisively, I wish to. St. Polyev listened to the shrill voice of the questioner. He recognized him. He was not mistaken. The I wish to of Garmanov had already lost itself in the rusty, metallic laughter of that extraordinary visitor. St. Polyev waited until the laughter ceased. Then he said, But you should know that you will have to reject all dissembling and all the joys of separate existence. Once I achieve my magic, we shall both perish, and we shall set free our souls, or rather we shall fuse them together, and there shall be neither I nor you. There will be one in our place, and he shall be fiery in his conception and cold in his execution. Both of us will have to go in order to give a place to him, in whom both of us will be united. My friend, have you resolved upon this terrible thing? It is a great and terrible thing. Garmanov smiled a strange, faltering smile, but the fiery glance of St. Polyev extinguished the smile, and the young man, as if submitting to some inevitable and fated command, pronounced in a dim, lifeless voice, I have decided. I wish it. I am not afraid. St. Polyev took the hair out of his wallet with trembling fingers. He lit a candle. Behind it hid the four-headed visitor. His grey body seemed to quake, and it vacillated in the wavering flame that fondled in its flickering embraces the white body of the submissive candle. Garmanov opened his eyes wide, and they steadfastly followed St. Polyev's movements. St. Polyev put one end of the hair to the flame. The hair curled slightly, grew red, gave a flare. It burned very slowly, with a quiet, rhythmic crackle, which resembled the laugh of the nocturnal guest. The words of the strange guest were simple but terrible. At first, St. Polyev was barely conscious of them. He was so agitated and so absorbed by the burning of the magic hair that he could see no connection with the simple, familiar words of the monster. Suddenly, terror came upon him. He had understood. There was derision in those simple, terribly simple words. Little soul, failing little soul, timid little soul. St. Polyev, frightened, looked at Garmanov. The smooth-faced young man sat there, strangely shrunken. His face was pale. Beads of perspiration showed on his forehead. A pitiful, forced smile twisted his lips. When he saw that St. Polyev was looking at him, he shrank even more, and whispered in a broken, hollow voice, as though against his will, "It is terrible. It is painful. It is unnecessary." Suddenly he hunched like a cat, a cunning, timid, evil cat, and sprang forward. Thus deformed, he pushed out his over-red lips and blew upon the almost consumed hair. The flame flickered upward, trembled, and died. A tiny cloud of blue smoke spread itself in the still air. The shrill laughter of the nocturnal guest pierced the ears. The hideous words resounded. "Miscarried! Miscarried!" Garmanov sat down. He smiled guiltily and cunningly. St. Polyev looked at him with unseeing eyes. The clock began to strike in the next room, and to each stroke the uniter of souls responded with the hoarse outcry, "Miscarried!" And he laughed again, his metallic laughter like a wound-up spring. He whirled round and grimaced. He seemed to lose himself in the lifeless yellow electric light. At the 12th stroke, the last voice of the passing year, the hideous voice grew silent. "Miscarried!" And the horrible laughter of the vanishing monster died away. Garmanov, truly rejoicing over his deliverance from an unhappy fate, rose and said, "A happy new year!" Hide and Seek by Fyodor Sologub. 1. Everything in Lelechka's nursery was bright, pretty, and cheerful. Lelechka's sweet voice charmed her mother. Lelechka was a delightful child. There was no other such child. There never had been, and there never would be. Lelechka's mother, Serafima Alexandrovna, was sure of that. Lelechka's eyes were dark and large. Her cheeks were rosy. Her lips were made for kisses and for laughter. But it was not these charms in Lelechka that gave her mother the keenest joy. Lelechka was her mother's only child. That was why every movement of Lelechka's bewitched her mother. It was great bliss to hold Lelechka on her knees and to fondle her, to feel the little girl in her arms, a thing as lively and as bright as a little bird. To tell the truth, Serafima Alexandrovna felt happy only in the nursery. She felt cold with her husband. Perhaps it was because he himself loved the cold. He loved to drink cold water and to breathe cold air. He was always fresh and cool, with a frigid smile, and wherever he passed, cold currents seemed to move in the air. The Nesletyevs, Sergei Modestovich and Serafima Alexandrovna, had married without love or calculation, because it was the accepted thing. He was a young man of 35, she a young woman of 25. Both were of the same circle and well brought up. He was expected to take a wife, and the time had come for her to take a husband. It even seemed to Serafima Alexandrovna that she was in love with her future husband, and this made her happy. He looked handsome and well-bred. His intelligent grey eyes always preserved a dignified expression, and he fulfilled his obligations of a fiancé with irreproachable gentleness. The bride was also good-looking. She was a tall, dark-eyed, dark-haired girl, somewhat timid but very tactful. He was not after her dowry, though it pleased him to know that she had something. He had connections, and his wife came of good, influential people. This might, at the proper opportunity, prove useful. Always irreproachable and tactful, Nesletyev got on in his position not so fast that anyone should envy him, nor yet so slow that he should envy anyone else. Everything came in the proper measure and at the proper time. After their marriage, there was nothing in the manner of Sergei Modestovich to suggest anything wrong to his wife. Later, however, when his wife was about to have a child, Sergei Modestovich established connections elsewhere of a light and temporary nature. Serafima Alexandrovna found this out, and, to her own astonishment, was not particularly hurt. She awaited her infant with a restless anticipation that swallowed every other feeling. The little girl was born. Serafima Alexandrovna gave herself up to her. At the beginning she used to tell her husband with rapture of all the joyous details of Lelechka's existence, but she soon found that he listened to her without the slightest interest, and only from the habit of politeness. Seraphima Alexandrovna drifted farther and farther away from him. She loved her little girl with the ungratified passion that other women, deceived in their husbands, show their chance young lovers. "Mamachka, let's play priatki," hide-and-seek, cried Lelechka, pronouncing the R like the L, so that the word sounded pliatki. This charming inability to speak always made Seraphima Alexandrovna smile with tender rapture. Lelechka then ran away, stamping with her plump little legs over the carpets, and hid herself behind the curtains near her bed. "Tiu, tiu, mamachka," she cried out in her sweet, laughing voice as she looked out with a single roguish eye. "Where is my baby girl?" the mother asked, as she looked for Lelechka, and made believe that she did not see her. And Lelechka poured out her rippling laughter in her hiding-place. Then she came out a little farther, and her mother, as though she had only just caught sight of her, seized her by her little shoulders and exclaimed joyously, "Here she is, my Lelechka!" Lelechka laughed long and merrily, her head close to her mother's knees, and all of her cuddled up between her mother's white hands. Her mother's eyes glowed with passionate emotion. "Now, mamachka, you hide," said Lelechka, as she ceased laughing. Her mother went to hide. Lelechka turned away, as though not to see, but watched her mamachka stealthily all the time. Mamma hid behind the cupboard, and exclaimed, "Tiu, tiu, baby girl!" Lelechka ran round the room and looked into all the corners, making believe, as her mother had done before, that she was seeking, though she really knew all the time where her mamachka was standing. "Where's my mamachka?" asked Lelechka. "She's not here, and she's not here," she kept on repeating, as she ran from corner to corner. Her mother stood with suppressed breathing, her head pressed against the wall, her hair somewhat disarranged. A smile of absolute bliss played on her red lips. The nurse, Fedusia, a good-natured and fine-looking, if somewhat stupid woman, smiled as she looked at her mistress with her characteristic expression, which seemed to say that it was not for her to object to gentlewomen's caprices. She thought to herself, "The mother is like a little child herself. Look how excited she is." Lelechka was getting nearer her mother's corner. Her mother was growing more absorbed every moment by her interest in the game. Her heart beat with short, quick strokes, and she pressed even closer to the wall, disarranging her hair still more. Lelechka suddenly glanced toward her mother's corner and screamed with joy. "I found you!" she cried out loudly and joyously, mispronouncing her words in a way that again made her mother happy. She pulled her mother by her hands to the middle of the room. They were merry and they laughed, and Lelechka again hid her head against her mother's knees, and went on lisping and lisping without end her sweet little words, so fascinating, yet so awkward. Sergei Modestovich was coming at this moment toward the nursery. Through the half-closed doors he heard the laughter, the joyous outcries, the sound of romping. He entered the nursery, smiling his genial cold smile. He was irreproachably dressed, and he looked fresh and erect, and he spread round him an atmosphere of cleanliness, freshness, and coldness. He entered in the midst of the lively game, and he confused them all by his radiant coldness. Even Fedusia felt abashed, now for her mistress, now for herself. Seraphima Alexandrovna at once became calm and apparently cold, and this mood communicated itself to the little girl, who ceased to laugh, but looked instead, silently and intently, at her father. Sergei Modestovich gave a swift glance round the room. He liked coming here, where everything was beautifully arranged. This was done by Seraphima Alexandrovna, who wished to surround her little girl, from her very infancy, only with the loveliest things. Seraphima Alexandrovna dressed herself tastefully. This, too, she did for Lelechka, with the same end in view. One thing Sergei Modestovich had not become reconciled to, and this was his wife's almost continuous presence in the nursery. "It's just as I thought. I knew that I'd find you here," he said, with a derisive and condescending smile. They left the nursery together. As he followed his wife through the door, Sergei Modestovich said rather indifferently, in an incidental way, laying no stress on his words, "Don't you think that it would be well for the little girl if she were sometimes without your company? Merely, you see, that the child should feel its own individuality," he explained in answer to Seraphima Alexandrovna's puzzled glance. "She's still so little," said Seraphima Alexandrovna. "In any case, this is but my humble opinion. I don't insist. It's your kingdom there." "I'll think it over," his wife answered, smiling, as he did, coldly but genially. Then they began to talk of something else. 2. Nurse Fedusia, sitting in the kitchen that evening, was telling the silent housemaid Daria and the talkative old cook Agathia about the young lady of the house and how the child loved to play priatki with her mother. She hides her little face and cries "Tew, tew," and the Barinya herself is like a little one, added Fedusia, smiling. Agathia listened and shook her head ominously, while her face became grave and reproachful. That the Barinya does it, well, that's one thing, but that the young lady does it, that's bad. "Why?" asked Fedusia with curiosity. This expression of curiosity gave her face the look of a wooden, roughly painted doll. "Yes, that's bad," repeated Agathia with conviction. "Terribly bad." "Well," said Fedusia, the ludicrous expression of curiosity on her face becoming more emphatic. "She'll hide and hide and hide away," said Agathia in a mysterious whisper as she looked cautiously toward the door. "What are you saying?" exclaimed Fedusia, frightened. "It's the truth I'm saying. Remember my words," Agathia went on with the same assurance and secrecy. "It's the surest sign." The old woman had invented this sign quite suddenly herself, and she was evidently very proud of it. 3. Lelechka was asleep, and Seraphima Alexandrovna was sitting in her own room, thinking with joy and tenderness of Lelechka. Lelechka was in her thoughts, first a sweet, tiny girl, then a sweet, big girl, then again a delightful little girl, and so until the end she remained Mamma's little Lelechka. Seraphima Alexandrovna did not even notice that Fedusia came up to her and paused before her. Fedusia had a worried, frightened look. "Barinya, Barinya," she said quietly, in a trembling voice. Seraphima Alexandrovna gave a start. Fedusia's face made her anxious. "What is it, Fedusia?" she asked with great concern. "Is there anything wrong with Lelechka?" "No, Barinya," said Fedusia, as she gesticulated with her hands to reassure her mistress and to make her sit down. "Lelechka is asleep. May God be with her. Only I'd like to say something, you see. Lelechka is always hiding herself. That's not good." Fedusia looked at her mistress with fixed eyes, which had grown round from fright. "Why not good?" asked Seraphima Alexandrovna with vexation, succumbing involuntarily to vague fears. "I can't tell you how bad it is," said Fedusia, and her face expressed the most decided confidence. "Please speak in a sensible way," observed Seraphima Alexandrovna dryly. "I understand nothing of what you're saying." "You see, Barinya, it's a kind of omen," explained Fedusia abruptly, in a shamefaced way. "Nonsense," said Seraphima Alexandrovna. She did not wish to hear any further as to the sort of omen it was and what it foreboded, but somehow a sense of fear and of sadness crept into her mood, and it was humiliating to feel that an absurd tale should disturb her beloved fancies and should agitate her so deeply. "Of course I know that gentlefolk don't believe in omens, but it's a bad omen, Barinya," Fedusia went on in a doleful voice. "The young lady will hide and hide." Suddenly she burst into tears, sobbing out loudly, "She'll hide and hide and hide away, angelic little soul, in a damp grave," she continued, as she wiped her tears with her apron and blew her nose. "Who told you all this?" asked Seraphima Alexandrovna in an austere, low voice. "Agathia says so, Berinya," answered Fedusia. "It's she that knows." "Knows!" exclaimed Seraphima Alexandrovna in irritation, as though she wished to protect herself somehow from this sudden anxiety. "What nonsense! Please don't come to me with any such notions in the future. Now you may go." Fedusia, dejected, her feelings hurt, left her mistress. "What nonsense! As though Lelechka could die," thought Seraphima Alexandrovna to herself, trying to conquer the feeling of coldness and fear which took possession of her at the thought of the possible death of Lelechka. Seraphima Alexandrovna, upon reflection, attributed these women's beliefs in omens to ignorance. She saw clearly that there could be no possible connection between a child's quite ordinary diversion and the continuation of the child's life. She made a special effort that evening to occupy her mind with other matters, but her thoughts returned involuntarily to the fact that Lelechka loved to hide herself. When Lelechka was still quite small and had learned to distinguish between her mother and her nurse, she sometimes, sitting in her nurse's arms, made a sudden roguish grimace and hid her laughing face in the nurse's shoulder. Then she would look out with a sly glance. Of late, in those rare moments of the Berinya's absence from the nursery, Fedusia had again taught Lelechka to hide, and when Lelechka's mother, on coming in, saw how lovely the child looked when she was hiding, she herself began to play hide-and-seek with her tiny daughter. 4. The next day, Seraphima Alexandrovna, absorbed in her joyous cares for Lelechka, had forgotten Fedusia's words of the day before. But when she returned to the nursery, after having ordered the dinner, and she heard Lelechka suddenly cry, "Chew, chew," from under the table, a feeling of fear suddenly took hold of her. Though she reproached herself at once for this unfounded, superstitious dread, nevertheless she could not enter wholeheartedly into the spirit of Lelechka's favourite game, and she tried to divert Lelechka's attention to something else. Lelechka was a lovely and obedient child. She eagerly complied with her mother's new wishes. But as she had got into the habit of hiding from her mother in some corner, and of crying out, "Chew, chew," so even that day she returned more than once to the game. Seraphima Alexandrovna tried desperately to amuse Lelechka. This was not so easy, because restless, threatening thoughts obtruded themselves constantly. Why does Lelechka keep on recalling the chew-chew? Why does she not get tired of the same thing, of eternally closing her eyes and of hiding her face? Perhaps, thought Seraphima Alexandrovna, she is not as strongly drawn to the world as other children, who are attracted by many things. If this is so, is it not a sign of organic weakness? Is it not a germ of the unconscious non-desire to live? Seraphima Alexandrovna was tormented by presentiments. She felt ashamed of herself for ceasing to play hide-and-seek with Lelechka before Fedusia. But this game had become agonizing to her, all the more agonizing because she had a real desire to play it, and because something drew her very strongly to hide herself from Lelechka and to seek out the hiding child. Seraphima Alexandrovna herself began the game once or twice, though she played it with a heavy heart. She suffered as though committing an evil deed with full consciousness. It was a sad day for Seraphima Alexandrovna. 5. Lelechka was about to fall asleep. No sooner had she climbed into her little bed, protected by a network on all sides, than her eyes began to close from fatigue. Her mother covered her with a blue blanket. Lelechka drew her sweet little hands from under the blanket and stretched them out to embrace her mother. Her mother bent down. Lelechka, with a tender expression on her sleepy face, kissed her mother and let her head fall on the pillow. As her hands hid themselves under the blanket, Lelechka whispered, "The hands, chew, chew." The mother's heart seemed to stop. Lelechka lay there so small, so frail, so quiet. Lelechka smiled gently, closed her eyes, and said quietly, "The eyes, tew-tew." Then even more quietly, "Lelechka, tew-tew." With these words she fell asleep, her face pressing the pillow. She seemed so small and so frail under the blanket that covered her. Her mother looked at her with sad eyes. Seraphima Alexandrovna remained standing over Lelechka's bed a long while, and she kept looking at Lelechka with tenderness and fear. "I'm a mother. Is it possible that I shouldn't be able to protect her?" she thought, as she imagined the various ills that might befall Lelechka. She prayed long that night, but the prayer did not relieve her sadness. 6. Several days passed. Lelechka caught cold. The fever came upon her at night. When Seraphima Alexandrovna, awakened by Fedusia, came to Lelechka and saw her looking so hot, so restless, and so tormented, she instantly recalled the evil omen, and a hopeless despair took possession of her from the first moments. A doctor was called, and everything was done that is usual on such occasions. But the inevitable happened. Seraphima Alexandrovna tried to console herself with the hope that Lelechka would get well, and would again laugh and play, yet this seemed to her an unthinkable happiness, and Lelechka grew feebler from hour to hour. All simulated tranquillity, so as not to frighten Seraphima Alexandrovna, but their masked faces only made her sad. Nothing made her so unhappy as the reiterations of Fedusia, uttered between sobs. "She hid herself and hid herself. Our Lelechka!" But the thoughts of Seraphima Alexandrovna were confused, and she could not quite grasp what was happening. Fever was consuming Lelechka, and there were times when she lost consciousness and spoke in delirium. But when she returned to herself, she bore her pain and her fatigue with gentle good nature. She smiled feebly at her Mamochka, so that her Mamochka should not see how much she suffered. 3 days passed, torturing like a nightmare. Lelechka grew quite feeble. She did not know that she was dying. She glanced at her mother with her dimmed eyes, and lisped in a scarcely audible, hoarse voice, "Tew-tew, Mamochka, make tew-tew, Mamochka." Seraphima Alexandrovna hid her face behind the curtains near Lelechka's bed. How tragic! "Mamochka," called Lelechka in an almost inaudible voice. Lelechka's mother bent over her, and Lelechka, her vision grown still more dim, saw her mother's pale, despairing face for the last time. "A white Mamochka," whispered Lelechka. Mamochka's white face became blurred, and everything grew dark before Lelechka. She caught the edge of the bed cover feebly with her hands, and whispered, "Tew-tew." Something rattled in her throat. Lelechka opened and again closed her rapidly paling lips, and died. Seraphima Alexandrovna was in dumb despair as she left Lelechka and went out of the room. She met her husband. "Lelechka is dead," she said in a quiet, dull voice. Sergei Modestovich looked anxiously at her pale face. He was struck by the strange stupor in her formerly animated, handsome features. 7. Lelechka was dressed, placed in a little coffin, and carried into the parlour. Seraphima Alexandrovna was standing by the coffin and looking dully at her dead child. Sergei Modestovich went to his wife and, consoling her with cold, empty words, tried to draw her away from the coffin. Seraphima Alexandrovna smiled. "Go away," she said quietly. "Lelechka is playing. She'll be up in a minute." "Sima, my dear, don't agitate yourself," said Sergei Modestovich in a whisper. "You must resign yourself to your fate." "She'll be up in a minute," persisted Seraphima Alexandrovna, her eyes fixed on the dead little girl. Sergei Modestovich looked round him cautiously. He was afraid of the unseemly and of the ridiculous. "Seema, don't agitate yourself," he repeated. "This would be a miracle, and miracles do not happen in the 19th century." No sooner had he said these words than Sergei Modestovich felt their irrelevance to what had happened. He was confused and annoyed. He took his wife by the arm and cautiously led her away from the coffin. She did not oppose him. Her face seemed tranquil, and her eyes were dry. She went into the nursery and began to walk round the room, looking into those places where Lelechka used to hide herself. She walked all about the room, and bent now and then to look under the table or under the bed, and kept on repeating cheerfully, "Where is my little one? Where is my Lelechka?" After she had walked round the room once, she began to make her quest anew. Fedusia, motionless, with dejected face, sat in a corner, and looked frightened at her mistress. Then she suddenly burst out sobbing, and she wailed loudly, "She hid herself, and hid herself, our Lelechka, our angelic little soul." Seraphima Alexandrovna trembled, paused, cast a perplexed look at Fedusia, began to weep, and left the nursery quietly. 8. Sergei Modestovich hurried the funeral. He saw that Seraphima Alexandrovna was terribly shocked by her sudden misfortune, and as he feared for her reason, he thought she would more readily be diverted and consoled when Lelechka was buried. Next morning, Seraphima Alexandrovna dressed with particular care for Lelechka. When she entered the parlour, there were several people between her and Lelechka. The priest and deacon paced up and down the room. Clouds of blue smoke drifted in the air, and there was a smell of incense. There was an oppressive feeling of heaviness in Seraphima Alexandrovna's head as she approached Lelechka. Lelechka lay there still and pale, and smiled pathetically. Seraphima Alexandrovna laid her cheek upon the edge of Lelechka's coffin, and whispered, "Tew, little one." The little one did not reply. Then there was some kind of stir and confusion around Seraphima Alexandrovna. Strange, unnecessary faces bent over her. Someone held her, and Lelechka was carried away somewhere. Seraphima Alexandrovna stood up erect, sighed in a lost way, smiled, and called loudly, "Lelechka!" Lelechka was being carried out. The mother threw herself after the coffin with despairing sobs, but she was held back. She sprang behind the door, through which Lelechka had passed, sat down there on the floor, and as she looked through the crevice, she cried out, "Lelechka, tew!" Then she put her head out from behind the door and began to laugh. Lelechka was quickly carried away from her mother, and those who carried her seemed to run rather than to walk. The White Dog by Fyodor Sologub. Everything grew irksome for Alexandra Ivanovna in the workshop of this out-of-the-way town. The patterns, the clatter of machines, the complaints of the customers. It was the shop in which she had served as apprentice and now for several years as cutter. Everything irritated Alexandra Ivanovna. She quarrelled with everyone and abused the innocent apprentice. Among others to suffer from her outbursts of temper was Tanechka, the youngest of the seamstresses, who only lately had been an apprentice. In the beginning, Tanechka submitted to her abuse in silence. In the end she revolted, and, addressing herself to her assailant, said, quite calmly and affably, so that everyone laughed, "Alexandra Ivanovna, you're a downright dog." Alexandra Ivanovna felt humiliated. "You were a dog yourself," she exclaimed. Tanechka sat there sewing. She paused now and then from her work and said, in a calm, deliberate manner, "You always whine. Certainly you're a dog. You have a dog's snout, and a dog's ears, and a wagging tail. The mistress will soon drive you out of doors, because you are the most detestable of dogs, a poodle." Tanechka was a young, plump, rosy-cheeked girl with an innocent, good-natured face, which revealed, however, a trace of cunning. She sat there so demure, barefooted, still dressed in her apprentice clothes. Her eyes were clear, and her brows were highly arched on her fine curved white forehead, framed by straight, dark chestnut hair, which in the distance looked black. Tanechka's voice was clear, even, sweet, insinuating, and if one could have heard its sound only, and not given heed to the words, it would have given the impression that she was paying Alexandra Ivanovna compliments. The other seamstresses laughed. The apprentices chuckled. They covered their faces with their black aprons, and cast side glances at Alexandra Ivanovna. As for Alexandra Ivanovna, she was livid with rage. "Wretch!" she exclaimed. "I will pull your ears for you. I won't leave a hair on your head." Tanechka replied in a gentle voice, "The paws are a trifle short. The poodle bites as well as barks. It may be necessary to buy a muzzle." Alexandra Ivanovna made a movement toward Tanechka, but before Tanechka had time to lay aside her work and get up, the mistress of the establishment, a large, serious-looking woman, entered, rustling her dress. She said sternly, "Alexandra Ivanovna, what do you mean by making such a fuss?" Alexandra Ivanovna, much agitated, replied, "Irina Petrovna, I wish you would forbid her to call me a dog." Tanechka in her turn complained, "She is always snarling at something or other, always quibbling at the smallest trifles." But the mistress looked at her sternly and said, "Tanechka, I can see through you. Are you sure you didn't begin? You needn't think that because you're a seamstress now, you're an important person, if it weren't for your mother's sake." Tanechka grew red, but preserved her innocent and affable manner. She addressed her mistress in a subdued voice, "Forgive me, Irina Petrovna. I will not do it again. But it wasn't altogether my fault." Alexandra Ivanovna returned home almost ill with rage. Tanechka had guessed her weakness. "A dog. Well, then I'm a dog," thought Alexandra Ivanovna. "But it is none of her affair. If I look to see whether she is a serpent or a fox, it is easy to find one out, but why make a fuss about it? Is a dog worse than any other animal?" The clear summer night languished and sighed. A soft breeze from the adjacent fields occasionally blew down the peaceful streets. The moon rose clear and full, that very same moon which rose long ago at another place, over the broad, desolate steppe, the home of the wild, of those who ran free and whined in their ancient earthly travail, the very same as then and in that region. And now, as then, glowed eyes sick with longing, and her heart, still wild, not forgetting in town the great spaciousness of the steppe, felt oppressed. Her throat was troubled with a tormenting desire to howl like a wild thing. She was about to undress, but what was the use? She could not sleep anyway. She went into the passage. The warm planks of the floor bent and creaked under her, and small shavings and sand which covered them tickled her feet not unpleasantly. She went out on the doorstep. There sat the babushka Stepanida, a black figure in her black shawl, gaunt and shriveled. She sat with her head bent, and it seemed as though she were warming herself in the rays of the cold moon. Alexandra Ivanovna sat down beside her. She kept looking at the old woman sideways. The large curved nose of her companion seemed to her like the beak of an old bird. A crow? Alexandra Ivanovna asked herself. She smiled, forgetting for the moment her longing and her fears. Shrewd as the eyes of a dog, her own lighted up with the joy of her discovery. In the pale green light of the moon, the wrinkles of her faded face became altogether invisible, and she seemed once more young and merry and light-hearted, just as she was 10 years ago, when the moon had not yet called upon her to bark and bay of nights before the windows of the dark bathhouse. She moved closer to the old woman and said affably, "Babushka Stepanida, there is something I have been wanting to ask you." The old woman turned to her, her dark face furrowed with wrinkles, and asked in a sharp, oldish voice that sounded like a caw, "Well, my dear, go ahead and ask." Alexandra Ivanovna gave a repressed laugh. Her thin shoulders suddenly trembled from a chill that ran down her spine. She spoke very quietly. "Babushka Stepanida, it seems to me, tell me, is it true? I don't know exactly how to put it, but you, Babushka, please don't take offense. It is not from malice that I—" "Go on, my dear, never fear. Say it," said the old woman. She looked at Alexandra Ivanovna with glowing, penetrating eyes. "It seems to me, Babushka, please now don't take offense, as though you, Babushka, were a crow." The old woman turned away. She was silent and merely nodded her head. She had the appearance of one who had recalled something. Her head, with its sharply outlined nose, bowed and nodded, and at last it seemed to Alexandra Ivanovna that the old woman was dozing and mumbling something under her nose, nodding her head and mumbling some old forgotten words, old magic words. An intense quiet reigned out of doors. It was neither light nor dark, and everything seemed bewitched with the inarticulate mumbling of old forgotten words. Everything languished and seemed lost in apathy. Again a longing oppressed her heart, and it was neither a dream nor an illusion. 1,000 perfumes, imperceptible by day, became subtly distinguishable, and they recalled something ancient and primitive, something forgotten in the long ages. In a barely audible voice, the old woman mumbled, "Yes, I'm a crow, only I have no wings. But there are times when I caw and tell of woe, and I am given to forebodings, my dear. Each time I have one, I simply must caw. People are not particularly anxious to hear me, and when I see a doomed person, I have such a strong desire to caw." The old woman suddenly made a sweeping movement with her arms, and in a shrill voice cried out twice, "Ka! Ka!" Alexandra Ivanovna shuddered, and asked, "Babushka, at whom are you cawing?" The old woman answered, "At you, my dear, at you." It had become too painful to sit with the old woman any longer. Alexandra Ivanovna went to her own room. She sat down before the open window and listened to 2 voices at the gate. "It simply won't stop whining," said a low and harsh voice. "And, uncle, did you see?" asked an agreeable young tenor. Alexandra Ivanovna recognized in this last the voice of the curly-headed, somewhat red, freckled-faced lad who lived in the same court. A brief and depressing silence followed. Then she heard a hoarse and harsh voice say suddenly, "Yes, I saw. It's very large and white, lies near the bathhouse, and bathes at the moon." The voice gave her an image of the man, of his shovel-shaped beard, his low, furrowed forehead, his small, piggish eyes, and his spread-out fat legs. "And why does it bay, uncle?" asked the agreeable voice, and again the hoarse voice did not reply at once. "Certainly to no good purpose, and where it came from is more than I can say. Do you think, uncle, it may be a werewolf?" asked the agreeable voice. "I should not advise you to investigate," replied the hoarse voice. She could not quite understand what these words implied, nor did she wish to think of them. She did not feel inclined to listen further. What was the sound and significance of human words to her? The moon looked straight into her face, and persistently called her and tormented her. Her heart was restless with a dark longing, and she could not sit still. Alexandra Ivanovna quickly undressed herself. Naked, all white, she silently stole through the passage. She then opened the outer door. There was no one on the step or outside, and ran quickly across the court and the vegetable garden, and reached the bathhouse. The sharp contact of her body with the cold air and her feet with the cold ground gave her pleasure, but soon her body was warm. She lay down in the grass on her stomach. Then, raising herself on her elbows, she lifted her face toward the pale, brooding moon and gave a long drawn-out whine. "Listen, uncle, it is whining," said the curly-haired lad at the gate. The agreeable tenor voice trembled perceptibly. "Whining again, the accursed one," said the hoarse, harsh voice slowly. They rose from the bench. The gate latch clicked. They went silently across the courtyard and the vegetable garden, the two of them. The older man, black-bearded and powerful, walked in front, a gun in his hand. The curly-headed lad followed tremblingly and looked constantly behind. Near the bathhouse, in the grass, lay a huge white dog, whining piteously. Its head, black on the crown, was raised to the moon, which pursued its way in the cold sky. Its hind legs were strangely thrown backward, while the front ones, firm and straight, pressed hard against the ground. In the pale green and unreal light of the moon it seemed enormous. So huge a dog was surely never seen on earth. It was thick and fat. The black spot, which began at the head and stretched in uneven strands down the entire spine, seemed like a woman's loosened hair. No tail was visible. Presumably it was turned under. The fur on the body was so short that in the distance the dog seemed wholly naked, and its hide shone dimly in the moonlight, so that altogether it resembled the body of a nude woman who lay in the grass and bayed at the moon. The man with the black beard took aim. The curly-haired lad crossed himself and mumbled something. The discharge of a rifle sounded in the night air. The dog gave a groan, jumped up on its hind legs, became a naked woman, who, her body covered with blood, started to run, all the while groaning, weeping and raising cries of distress. The black-bearded one and the curly-haired one threw themselves in the grass and began to moan in wild terror. The Invoker of the Beast by Fyodor Sologub. 1. It was quiet and tranquil, and neither joyous nor sad. There was an electric light in the room. The walls seemed impregnable. The window was overhung by heavy, dark green draperies, even denser in tone than the green of the wallpaper. Both doors, the large one at the side and the small one in the depth of the alcove that faced the window, were securely bolted, and there, behind them, reigned darkness and desolation in the broad corridor, as well as in the spacious and cold reception room, where melancholy plants yearned for their native soil. Gurov was lying on the divan. A book was in his hands. He often paused in his reading. He meditated and mused during these pauses, and it was always about the same thing, always about them. They hovered near him. This he had noticed long ago. They were hiding. Their manner was importunate. They rustled very quietly. For a long time they remained invisible to the eye. But one day, when Gurov awoke rather tired, sad and pale, and languidly turned on the electric light to dissipate the greyish gloom of an early winter morning, he espied one of them suddenly. Small, grey, shifty and nimble, he flashed by, and in the twinkling of an eye disappeared. And thereafter, in the morning or in the evening, Gurov grew used to seeing these small, shifty house sprites run past him. This time he did not doubt that they would appear. To begin with, he felt a slight headache, afterwards a sudden flash of heat, then of cold. Then, out of the corner, there emerged the long, slender Fever, with her ugly yellow face and her bony, dry hands. She lay down at his side and embraced him, and fell to kissing him and to laughing. And these rapid kisses of the affectionate and cunning Fever, and these slow approaches of the slight headache, were agreeable. Feebleness spread itself over the whole body, and lassitude also. This, too, was agreeable. It made him feel as though all the turmoil of life had receded into the distance, and people also became far away, unimportant, even unnecessary. He preferred to be with these quiet ones, these house sprites. Gurov had not been out for some days. He had locked himself in at home. He did not permit anyone to come to him. He was alone. He thought about them. He awaited them. 2. This tedious waiting was cut short in a strange and unexpected manner. He heard the slamming of a distant door, and presently he became aware of the sound of unhurried footfalls which came from the direction of the reception-room, just behind the door of his room. Someone was approaching with a sure and nimble step. Gurov turned his head toward the door. A gust of cold entered the room. Before him stood a boy, most strange and wild in aspect. He was dressed in linen draperies, half-nude, barefoot, smooth-skinned, sun-tanned, with black tangled hair and dark, burning eyes. An amazingly perfect, handsome face, handsome to a degree which made it terrible to gaze upon its beauty, and it portrayed neither good nor evil. Gurov was not astonished. A masterful mood took hold of him. He could hear the house sprites scampering away to conceal themselves. The boy began to speak. "Aristomachon, perhaps you have forgotten your promise. Is this the way of valiant men? You left me when I was in mortal danger. You had made me a promise, which it is evident you did not intend to keep. I have sought for you such a long time, and here I have found you, living at your ease and in luxury." Gurov fixed a perplexed gaze upon the half-nude, handsome lad, and turgid memories awoke in his soul. Something long since submerged arose in dim outlines and tormented his memory, which struggled to find a solution to the strange apparition. A solution, moreover, which seemed so near and so intimate. And what of the invincibility of his walls? Something had happened round him. Some mysterious transformation had taken place. But Gurov, engulfed in his vain exertions to recall something very near to him and yet slipping away in the tenacious embrace of ancient memory, had not yet succeeded in grasping the nature of the change that he felt had taken place. He turned to the wonderful boy. "Tell me, gracious boy, simply and clearly, without unnecessary reproaches, what had I promised you? And when had I left you in a time of mortal danger? I swear to you, by all the holies, that my conscience could never have permitted me such a mean action as you reproach me with." The boy shook his head. In a sonorous voice, suggestive of the melodious outpouring of a stringed instrument, he said, "Aristomachon, you always have been a man skilful with words, and not less skilful in matters requiring daring and prudence. If I have said that you left me in a moment of mortal danger, I did not intend it as a reproach, and I do not understand why you speak of your conscience. Our projected affair was difficult and dangerous, but who can hear us now, before whom, with your craftily arranged words and your dissembling ignorance of what happened this morning at sunrise, can you deny that you had given me a promise?" The electric light grew dim. The ceiling seemed to darken and to recede into height. There was a smell of grass. Its forgotten name, once, long ago, suggested something gentle and joyous. A breeze blew. Gurov raised himself and asked, "What sort of an affair had we two contrived? Gracious boy, I deny nothing. Only I don't know what you are speaking of. I don't remember." Gurov felt as though the boy were looking at him, yet not directly. He felt also vaguely conscious of another presence, no less unfamiliar and alien than that of this curious stranger, and it seemed to him that the unfamiliar form of this other presence coincided with his own form. An ancient soul, as it were, had taken possession of Gurov, and enveloped him in the long-lost freshness of its vernal attributes. It was growing darker, and there was increasing purity and coolness in the air. There rose up in his soul the joy and ease of pristine existence. The stars glowed brilliantly in the dark sky. The boy spoke. "We had undertaken to kill the beast. I tell you this under the multitudinous gaze of the all-seeing sky. Perhaps you were frightened. That's quite likely, too. We had planned a great, terrible affair that our names might be honored by future generations." Soft, tranquil, and monotonous was the sound of a stream which purled its way in the nocturnal silence. The stream was invisible, but its nearness was soothing and refreshing. They stood under the broad shelter of a tree, and continued the conversation begun at some other time. Gurov asked, "Why do you say that I had left you in a moment of mortal danger? Who am I that I should be frightened and run away?" The boy burst into a laugh. His mirth had the sound of music, and as it passed into speech, his voice still quavered with sweet, melodious laughter. "Aristomarchon, how cleverly you feign to have forgotten all. I don't understand what makes you do this, and with such a mastery that you bring reproaches against yourself which I have not even dreamt of. You had left me in a moment of mortal danger because it had to be, and you could not have helped me otherwise than by forsaking me at the moment. You will surely not remain stubborn in your denial when I remind you of the words of the oracle?" Gurov suddenly remembered. A brilliant light, as it were, unexpectedly illumined the dark domain of things forgotten. And in wild ecstasy, in a loud and joyous voice, he exclaimed, "One shall kill the beast." The boy laughed, and Aristomarchon asked, "Did you kill the beast, Timarides?" "With what?" exclaimed Timarides. "However strong my hands are, I was not one who could kill the beast with a blow of the fist. We, Aristomarchon, had not been prudent, and we were unarmed. We were playing in the sand by the stream. The beast came upon us suddenly, and he laid his paw upon me. It was for me to offer up my life as a sweet sacrifice to glory and to a noble cause. It was for you to execute our plan. And while he was tormenting my defenseless and unresisting body, you, fleet-footed Aristomarchon, could have run for your lance and killed the now blood-intoxicated beast. But the beast did not accept my sacrifice. I lay under him, quiescent and still, gazing into his bloodshot eyes. He held his heavy paw on my shoulder. His breath came in hot, uneven gasps, and he sent out low snarls. Afterwards, he put out his huge, hot tongue and licked my face. Then he left me. "Where is he now?" asked Aristomarchon. In a voice strangely tranquil and strangely sonorous in the quiet, arrested stillness of the humid air, Timarides replied, "He followed me. I do not know how long I have been wandering until I found you. He followed me. I led him on by the smell of my blood. I do not know why he has not touched me until now, but here I have enticed him to you. You had better get the weapon which you had hidden so carefully and kill the beast, while I, in my turn, will leave you in the moment of mortal danger, eye to eye with the enraged creature. Here's luck to you, Aristomarchon." As soon as he uttered these words, Timarides started to run. For a short time, his cloak was visible in the darkness, a glimmering patch of white, and then he disappeared. In the same instant, the air resounded with the savage bellowing of the beast, and his ponderous tread became audible. Pushing aside the growth of shrubs, there emerged from the darkness the huge, monstrous head of the beast, flashing a livid fire out of its two enormous, flaming eyes. And in the dark silence of nocturnal trees, the towering, ferocious shape of the beast loomed ominously as it approached Aristomarchon. Terror filled Aristomarchon's heart. Where is the lance? Was the thought that quickly flashed across his brain. And in that instant, feeling the fresh night breeze on his face, Aristomarchon realized that he was running from the beast. His ponderous springs and his spasmodic roars resounded closer and closer behind him. And as the beast came up with them, a loud cry rent the silence of the night. The cry came from Aristomarchon, who, recalling then some ancient and terrible words, pronounced loudly the incantation of the walls. And thus enchanted, the walls erected themselves around him. 3. Enchanted, the walls stood firm and were lit up. A dreary light was cast upon them by the dismal electric lamp. Gurov was in his usual surroundings. Again came the nimble Fever, and kissed him with her yellow, dry lips, and caressed him with her dry, bony hands, which exhaled heat and cold. The same thin volume, with its white pages, lay on the little table beside the divan where, as before, Gurov rested in the caressing embrace of the affectionate Fever, who showered upon him her rapid kisses. And again there stood beside him, laughing and rustling, the tiny house sprites. Gurov said loudly and indifferently, "The incantation of the walls." Then he paused. But in what consisted this incantation? He had forgotten the words, or had they never existed at all? The little shifty, grey demons danced round the slender volume with its ghostly white pages, and kept on repeating with their rustling voices, "Our walls are strong. We are in the walls. We have nothing to fear from the outside." In their midst stood one of them, a tiny object like themselves, yet different from the rest. He was all black. His mantle fell from his shoulders in folds of smoke and flame. His eyes flashed like lightning. Terror and joy alternated quickly. Gurov spoke. "Who are you?" The black demon answered. "I am the invoker of the beast. In one of your long-past existences you left the lacerated body of Timarides on the banks of a forest stream. The beast had satiated himself on the beautiful body of your friend. He had gorged himself on the flesh that might have partaken of the fullness of earthly happiness. A creature of superhuman perfection had perished in order to gratify for a moment the appetite of the ravenous and ever-insatiable beast. And the blood, the wonderful blood, the sacred wine of happiness and joy, the wine of superhuman bliss, what had been the fate of this wonderful blood? Alas, the thirsty, ceaselessly thirsty beast drank of it to gratify his momentary desire, and is thirsty anew. You had left the body of Timarides, mutilated by the beast, on the banks of the forest stream. You forgot the promise you had given your valorous friend, and even the words of the ancient oracle had not banished fear from your heart. And do you think that you are safe, that the beast will not find you?" There was austerity in the sound of his voice. While he was speaking, the house sprites gradually ceased their dance. The little grey house sprite stopped to listen to the invoker of the beast. Gurov then said in reply, "I am not worried about the beast. I have pronounced eternal enchantment upon my walls, and the beast shall never penetrate hither into my enclosure." The little grey ones were overjoyed. Their voices tinkled with merriment and laughter. Having gathered round, hand in hand, in a circle, they were on the point of bursting forth once more into dance, when the voice of the invoker of the beast rang out again, sharp and austere. "But I am here. I am here because I have found you. I am here because the incantation of the walls is dead. I am here because Timarides is waiting and importuning me. Do you hear the gentle laugh of the brave, trusting lad? Do you hear the terrible bellowing of the beast?" From behind the wall, approaching nearer, could be heard the fearsome bellowing of the beast. "The beast is bellowing behind the wall, the invincible wall!" exclaimed Gurov in terror. "My walls are enchanted forever. and impregnable against foes. Then spoke the black demon, and there was an imperious ring in his voice. I tell you, man, the incantation of the walls is dead, and if you think you can save yourself by pronouncing the incantation of the walls, why then don't you utter the words? A cold shiver passed down Gurov's spine. The incantation! He had forgotten the words of the ancient spell. And what mattered it? Was not the ancient incantation dead? Dead? Everything about him confirmed with irrefutable evidence the death of the ancient incantation of the walls, because the walls, and the light and the shade which fell upon them, seemed dead and wavering. The invoker of the beast spoke terrible words, and Gurov's mind was now in a whirl, now in pain, and the affectionate fever did not cease to torment him with her passionate kisses. Terrible words resounded, almost deadening his senses, while the invoker of the beast grew larger, and hot fumes breathed from him, and grim terror. His eyes ejected fire, and when at last he grew so tall as to screen off the electric light, his black cloak suddenly fell from his shoulders, and Gurov recognized him. It was the boy Timarides. "Will you kill the beast?" asked Timarides in a sonorous voice. "I've enticed him. I've led him to you. I've destroyed the incantation of the walls." The cowardly gift of inimical gods, the incantation of the walls, had turned into naught my sacrifice, and had saved you from your action. But the ancient incantation of the walls is dead. Be quick, then, to take hold of your sword and kill the beast. I've been a boy. I've become the invoker of the beast. He had drunk of my blood, and now he thirsts anew. He had partaken also of my flesh, and he is hungry again, the insatiable, pitiless beast. I have called him to you, and you, in fulfillment of your promise, may kill the beast, or die yourself. He vanished. A terrible bellowing shook the walls. A gust of icy moisture blew across to Gurov. The wall facing the spot where Gurov lay opened, and the huge, ferocious, and monstrous beast entered, bellowing savagely. He approached Gurov and laid his ponderous paw upon his breast. Straight into his heart plunged the pitiless claws. A terrible pain shot through his whole body. Shifting his blood-red eyes, the beast inclined his head toward Gurov, and, crumbling the bones of his victim with his teeth, began to devour his yet palpitating heart. The Smile by Fyodor Sologub. 1. Some 15 boys and girls, and several young men and women, had gathered in the garden belonging to the Semibyaranov cottage to celebrate the birthday of one of the sons of the house, Lisha by name, a student of the 2nd class. Lisha's birthday was made indeed an occasion for bringing eligible young men to the house for his grown sister's sake. All were merry and smiling, the elder members of the party as well as the young boys and girls, who ran up and down the yellow sand of the well-kept footpaths. A pale, unimpressive boy, who was sitting alone on a bench under a lilac bush and looking silently at the other boys, was also smiling. His loneliness, his silence, and his well-worn though clean clothes all pointed to his poverty and to his embarrassment in the company of these lively, well-dressed children. His face was timid and thin, his chest sunken, and his lean hands lay so meekly that it aroused one's pity to look at him. Still, he smiled, but even his smile seemed pitiful. It was as though it depressed him to watch the games and the happiness of other children, or as though he were afraid to annoy others by his sad looks and his poor dress. He was called Grisha Igumnov. His father had died not long ago. Grisha's mother occasionally sent her son to her rich relatives, with whom he always felt depressed and uneasy. "Why do you sit alone? Get up and run about," said the blue-eyed Lidochka Semibyaranov as she passed him. Grisha did not dare to disobey. His heart beat violently. His face became covered with small beads of perspiration. He approached the happy, red-cheeked boys timidly. They looked at him unfriendlily, as at a stranger, and Grisha himself felt at once that he was not like them. He could not speak so boldly and so loudly, and he had neither such yellow boots nor such a round little cap with a woolly red visor turned jauntily upwards as the boy nearest to him had. The boys continued to talk among themselves as though there were no Grisha. Grisha stood near them in an uneasy pose. His thin shoulders stooped somewhat, his slender fingers held fast to his narrow girdle, and he smiled timidly. He did not know what to do, and in his confusion did not hear what the lively boys were saying. They finished their conversation and scattered suddenly. Grisha, his timid, guilty smile still on his face, walked back uneasily on the sandy path and sat down once more on the bench. He was ashamed because he had walked up to the boys, yet had not spoken to anyone, and because nothing had come of it. As he sat down, he looked timidly round him. No one paid him the slightest attention, and no one laughed at him. Grisha grew calm. Just then 2 little girls, their arms round each other, passed him. Under their fixed stare, Grisha shrank, grew red, and smiled guiltily. When the little girls had passed by, the youngest of them, with fair hair, asked loudly, "Who's this ugly duckling?" The elder girl, who was red-cheeked and black-browed, laughed and answered, "I don't know. We had better ask Ladochka. It's most likely a poor relation." "What an absurd boy," said the little blonde. "He spreads his ears out and sits there and smiles." They disappeared behind the bushes at the turn of the path, and Grisha no longer heard their voices. He felt hurt, and when he thought that he might have to sit there a long time, until his mother should come for him, he was sick at heart. A big-eyed, slender student, with a stubborn crest of hair sticking up from his high forehead, noticed that Grisha was sitting alone there like an orphan, and he wished to be kind to him, and to make him feel more at his ease, so he sat down near him. "What's your name?" he asked. Grisha told him quietly. "And my name is Mitya," said the student. "Are you here alone, or with anyone?" "With mother," whispered Grisha. "Why do you sit here all by yourself?" asked Mitya. Grisha stirred nervously and did not know what to say. "Why don't you play?" "I don't want to." Mitya did not hear him, so he asked, "What did you say?" "I don't feel like it," said Grisha somewhat more loudly. The student, astonished, continued, "Why don't you feel like it?" Grisha again did not know what to say. He smiled in a lost way. Mitya was looking at him attentively. Glances of strangers always embarrassed Grisha. It was as though he feared that they might find something absurd in his appearance. Mitya was silent for a while, as he thought of something else that he might ask. "What do you collect?" he asked. "You've got a collection of something, haven't you? We all collect." "I, stamps, Katya Krivolova, shells, Lisha, butterflies. What do you collect?" "Nothing," said Grisha, flushing. "Well, well," said Mitya with artless astonishment. "So you collect nothing? That's very curious." Grisha felt ashamed that he was not collecting anything, and that he had disclosed the fact. "I, too, must collect something," he thought to himself, but he could not decide to say this aloud. Mitya sat a little longer, then left him. Grisha felt a relief, but a new ordeal was in store for him. The nurse, engaged by the Semibyarovs for their youngest son, was strolling along the garden paths with a 1-year-old child in her arms. She wished to rest, and chose the same bench upon which Grisha was sitting. He again felt uneasy. He looked straight before him, and could not even decide to move away from the nurse to the other end of the bench. The infant's attention soon became drawn to Grisha's protruding ears, and he leant forward towards one of them. The nurse, a robust, red-cheeked woman, concluded that Grisha would not mind. She brought her charge nearer to Grisha, and the pink infant caught Grisha's ear with his fat little hand. Grisha was paralyzed with confusion, but could not decide to protest. The child, laughing loudly and merrily, now let go of Grisha's ear, now caught hold of it again. The red-cheeked nurse, who enjoyed the game not less than the infant, kept on repeating, "Let's go for him. Let's give it to him." One of the boys saw the scene and told the other boys that little Georgic was obstreperous with the quiet boy who was sitting so long on the bench. The children gathered round Georgic and Grisha and laughed noisily. Grisha tried to show that he didn't mind, that he felt no pain, and that he also enjoyed the fun. But it grew harder and harder for him to smile, and he had a very strong desire to cry. He knew that he ought not to cry, that it was a disgrace, and he restrained himself with an effort. Happily, he was soon delivered. The blue-eyed Ledochka, upon hearing the children's boisterous laughter, went to see what had happened. She reproached the nurse. "Aren't you ashamed to go on like this?" She herself had difficulty to keep from laughing at Grisha's pitiful, confused face, but she restrained herself and upheld her dignity as a grown young woman before the nurse and the children. The nurse rose and said, laughing, "Georginka did it quite gently. The boy himself didn't say that it hurt him." "You mustn't do such things," said Ledochka sternly. Georgic, unhappy because they had taken him away from Grisha, raised a cry. Ledochka took him in her arms and carried him away to quiet him. The nurse followed her, but the boys and the girls remained. They thronged round Grisha and eyed him unceremoniously. "Perhaps he's got stuck on ears," suggested one of the boys. "That's why he doesn't feel any pain." "I rather think you like to be held by your ears," said another. "Tell us," said the little girl with the large blue eyes, "which ear does your mother catch hold of most?" "His ears have been stretched out to order in a workshop," cried a merry youngster, and laughed loudly at his own joke. "No," another corrected him. "He was born like that. When he was very small, he was led not by his hand, but by his ear." Grisha looked at his tormentors like a small beast at bay, with a fixed smile on his face, when, suddenly, wholly unexpectedly to the cheerful company, he burst into tears. Many small drops fell on his jacket. The children grew quiet at once. They became uneasy. They exchanged embarrassed glances and looked silently at Grisha as he wiped the tears from his face with his thin hands. He appeared to be ashamed of his tears. "Why should he be offended?" said the beautiful flaxen-haired catcher angrily. "Who's done him any harm, the ugly duckling?" "He's not an ugly duckling. You're an ugly duckling yourself," intervened Mitya. "I can't stand rude people," said Katya, growing red with vexation. A little brown-faced girl in a red dress looked long at Grisha and knitted her brows as in reflection. Then she scanned the other children with her perplexed eyes and asked quietly, "Why then did he smile?" 2. It was not often that Grisha's wardrobe received important additions. His mother could not afford it, hence every item gave Grisha great joy. The autumn cold came, and Grisha's mother bought an overcoat, a hat, and mittens. The mittens pleased Grisha more than anything else. On the holiday, after Mass, he put on his new things and went out to play. He loved to walk about in the streets, and he used to go out alone. His mother had no time to go out with him. She looked proudly out of the window as Grisha walked gravely by. She recalled at that moment her well-to-do relatives who had promised her so much and had done so little, and she thought, "Well, I've managed it without them, thank God." It was a cold, clear day. The sun did not shine with its full brightness. The waters of the canals in the city were covered with their first thin ice. Grisha walked the streets, rejoicing in this brisk cold, in his new clothes, and with his naive fancies. He always loved to dream when he was alone, and he dreamt always of great deeds, of fame, of a bright, happy life in a rich house, indeed, of everything that was unlike the sad reality. As Grisha stood on the bank of the canal and looked through the iron railings at the thin ice that floated on the surface, he was approached by a street urchin in threadbare attire, and with hands red from the cold. He entered into conversation with Grisha. Grisha was not afraid of him, and even pitied him because of his benumbed hands. His new acquaintance informed him that he was called Mishka, but that his family name was Babushkin, because he and his mother lived with his babushka. "But then what is your mother's family name?" "My mother's name?" repeated Mishka, smiling. "She's called Matushkin, because my babushka is no babushka to her, but is her Matushka." "That's strange," said Grisha with astonishment. "My mother and I have one family name. We are called the Agumnovs." "That's because," explained Mishka with animation, "your grandfather was an igumen." "No," said Grisha. "My grandfather was a colonel. All the same, it's likely that his father or someone else was an igumen, and so you have all become the Agumnovs." Grisha did not know who his great-grandfather was, so he said nothing. Mishka kept on eyeing his mittens. "You have handsome mittens," he said. "New ones," Grisha explained, with a joyous smile. "It's the first time I've put them on. Do you see, here is a little string drawn through." "Well, you're a lucky one. And are they quite warm?" "Rather. I have also mittens at home, but I haven't put them on because I don't like them. They are yellow, and I don't like yellow ones. Let me put yours on, and I'll run along and show them to my babushka, and ask her to get me a pair like them." Mishka looked at Grisha pleadingly, and his eyes sparkled enviously. "You won't keep me waiting long?" asked Grisha. "No, I live quite near here, just round the corner. Don't be afraid. Upon my word, in a minute." Grisha trustfully took off his mittens and gave them to Mishka. "I'll be back in a minute. Wait here. Don't go away," exclaimed Mishka as he ran off with Grisha's mittens. He disappeared round the corner, and Grisha was left waiting. He did not imagine that Mishka would fool him. He thought that he would simply run home, show his mittens, and return with them. He stood there long and waited, and Mishka did not even dream of returning. The short autumn day was already darkening. Grisha's mother, restless because of her boy's long absence, went out to look for him. Grisha at last understood that Mishka would not return. The poor boy turned sadly toward home, and he met his mother. "Grisha, what have you done with yourself?" she asked, angry and glad at finding her son. Grisha did not reply. He seemed embarrassed as he rubbed his hands, red with cold. His mother then noticed that he did not wear his mittens. "Where are your mittens?" she asked angrily, as she searched his overcoat pockets. Grisha smiled and said, "I lent them to a boy for a short time, and he didn't bring them back." 3. Years passed after years. The bold and pushing children, who once had gathered on Lisha Semibyarov's birthday, became bold and pushing men and women, and the urchin who had fooled Grisha, it goes without saying, found his way in life, while Grisha, of course, became a failure. As in his childhood, he went on dreaming, and in his dreams he conquered his kingdom, but in real life he could not protect himself from any enterprising person who pushed him unceremoniously out of his way. His relations with women were equally unsuccessful, and his faint-hearted attentions were not once rewarded by a responsive feeling. He had no friends. His mother alone loved him. Igumnov rejoiced when he found a position at a small salary, because his mother could live calmly now without worrying about a crust of bread. But his happiness was of short duration. Soon his mother died. Grisha fell into depression, lost his spirits. Life seemed to him to be aimless. Apathy took hold of him. He had no interest in his work. He lost his place, and was soon in great need. Igumnov finally pawned his last possession, his mother's ring. As he walked out of the place he smiled, and his smile kept him from bursting into tears of self-pity. He had to see various people and to ask them for work. But Igumnov was not good at this. He was backward and quiet, and he experienced a helpless confusion that prevented him from persisting in his dealings with men. While yet on the stairway of a man's house, a fear would seize him. His heart would beat painfully, his legs would grow heavy, and his hand would stretch toward the bell irresolutely. During one of his most depressing and hungry days, Igumnov sat in the sumptuous private office of Alexei Stepanovich Semibyaranov, the father of the same Lisha whose birthday party remained memorable to him. Igumnov had already sent a letter to Alexei Stepanovich. After all, it was much easier to ask on paper than by word of mouth. And now he came for his answer. From the restless, solicitous manner of Semibyaranov, a small, dry, old man with closely cut, silver-grey hair, he guessed that he would have a refusal. This made him feel wretched, but he could not help smiling an artless, pleasant smile, as though he wished to show that it did not matter in the least, that he really did not count on anything. The smile evidently irritated Semibyaranov. "I've got your letter, my dear fellow," said he at last in his dry, deliberate voice, "but there's nothing that I can see just now." "Nothing?" mumbled Igumnov, growing red. "Absolutely nothing, my dear fellow. Every place is taken, and I don't see anything in prospect for the near future. Perhaps something might be done for you at New Year." "I'll be glad of a chance even then," said Igumnov, smiling in such a way as to suggest that a mere 8 months was of no account to him. "Yes, I'll be very glad to do something then. If it depended upon me, you'd get your place today. I'd like very much to be of use to you, my good man." "Thank you," said Igumnov. "But tell me," asked Semibyaranov sympathetically, "why did you leave your old place?" "They found no use for me," answered Igumnov, confused. "No use for you? Well, I hope we'll find some use for you. Let me have your address, my good fellow." Semibyaranov began to rummage on his table for a piece of paper. Igumnov just then caught sight of his own letter under a marble paperweight. "My address is in the letter," he said. "So it is," said his host briskly. "I'll make a note of it." "I have the habit," observed Igumnov, rising from his place, "always to write my address at the beginning of a letter." "A European habit," commended his host. Igumnov took his leave and went out smiling, proud of his European habits, which, however, did not prevent him from feeling hungry. He was almost glad that the unpleasant conversation was at an end. He recalled all the polite words, and especially those that contained the promise. Foolish hopes awakened in him. But a few minutes later, as he was walking in the street, he realized that the promise would come to nothing. Besides, it was made for the future, and he had need of food now, and he must go to his lodgings with a heavy heart. What would his landlady say? What could he say to her? Igumnov began to walk more slowly. Then he turned in the opposite direction. Lost in gloom, he walked on, pale and hungry, through the noisy streets of the capital, past busy, satiated people. His smile vanished. The look of dark despair gave a certain significance to his usually little expressive features. He was now close to the Neva. The huge dome of the Isakievsky Cathedral glowed golden in the wide expanse of blue sky. The large open squares and streets were enveloped in the gentle, scarcely perceptible dust-like haze of the rays of the setting sun. The din of carriages was softened in these magnificent open spaces. Everything seemed strange and hostile to the hungry, helpless man. The beautiful, rich-colored fruits behind the shop windows could not have been more inaccessible if they were under the watch of a strong guard. Children were playing merrily in the green square. Igumnov looked at them and smiled. Unpleasant memories of his own childhood tormented him with an intense pity for himself. He reflected that it was only left to him to die. The thought frightened him, And again he reflected, why shouldn't I die? Wasn't there a time when I did not exist? I shall have rest, eternal oblivion. Fragments of wise, strange thoughts came to him and soothed him. Igumnov was now on the embankment. He leant against the granite parapet and watched the restless waters of the river. A single move, he thought, and everything would be ended. But it was terrible to think of drowning, of struggling with one's mouth full of water, of being strangled by these heavy, cold sweeps of water, of battling helplessly, and of at last sinking from sheer exhaustion to the bottom, there to be carried by the undercurrents, and at last to be cast out, a shapeless corpse, upon some coast of the sea. Igumnov shivered and moved away from the river. He suddenly espied, not far away, his former colleague, Chekhov. Smartly dressed, cheerful, and self-satisfied, Chekhov was walking slowly and swinging a thin cane with a fancy handle. "Ah, Grigory Petrovitch," he exclaimed, as though he were glad of the meeting. "Are you strolling, or are you on business?" "Yes, I'm strolling. That is, on business," said Igumnov. "I think we're going the same way?" They walked on together. Chekhov's cheerful chatter only intensified Igumnov's mood. Moving his shoulders nervously, he addressed Chekhov with sudden resolution. "Nikolai Sergeyevich, do you happen to have a rouble on you?" "A rouble?" said Chekhov in astonishment. "Why do you want it?" Igumnov flushed and began to explain in stammers. "You see, just 1 rouble is lacking. I have to get something, you see." He breathed heavily in his agitation. He grew silent and smiled a pitiful, fixed smile. "That means I shan't get it back," thought Chekhov. And now he spoke no longer in the same careless tone as before. "I'd like to, but I haven't any spare cash, not a kopeck. I had to borrow some yesterday myself." "Well, if you haven't it, you can't help it," mumbled Igumnov, and continued to smile. "I'll simply have to get along without it." His smile irritated Chekhov, perhaps because it was such a pitiful, helpless affair. "Why does he smile?" thought Chekhov in vexation. "Doesn't he believe me? Well, I don't care if he doesn't. I don't own the government exchequer." "Why don't you come in sometimes and see us?" he asked Igumnov in a careless, dry manner, as he looked elsewhere. "I'm always meaning to. Of course I'll come in," answered Igumnov in a trembling voice. "What about today?" There rose before him a picture of the cosy dining room of the Chekhovs, the hospitable hostess, the samovar on the table, and the various tasty titbits. "Today?" asked Chekhov in the same careless, dry voice. "No, we shan't be home today, but do step in some day before long. Well, I must turn up this lane. Goodbye." And he made haste across the wooden walk of the embankment. Igumnov looked after him and smiled. Slow, incoherent thoughts crept through his brain. As Chekhov disappeared up the lane, Igumnov again approached the granite parapet, and trembling in cold terror, began slowly and awkwardly to climb over it. There was no one near. The Glimmer of Hunger by Fyodor Sologub. Sergei Matveyevich Moshkin had dined very well that day. That is, comparatively well, when you stop to consider that he was only a village schoolmaster who had lost his place, and had been knocking about already a year or so on strange stairways in search of work. Nevertheless, the glimmer of hunger persisted in his dark, sad eyes, and it gave his lean, smooth face a kind of unlooked-for significance. Moshkin spent his last 3-rouble note on this dinner, and now a few coppers jingled in his pocket, while his purse contained a smooth 15-kopeck piece. He banqueted out of sheer joy. He knew quite well that it was stupid to rejoice prematurely and without sufficient cause, but he had been seeking work so long, and had been having such a time of it, that even the shadow of a hope gave him joy. Moshkin had put an advertisement in the Novo Vremya. He announced himself a pedagogue who had command of the pen. He based his claim on the fact that he corresponded for a provincial newspaper. This, indeed, was why he had lost his place. It was discovered that he had written articles reflecting unfavourably on the authorities. The chief official of the district called the attention of the inspector of public schools to this, and the inspector, of course, would not brook such doings by any of his staff. "We don't want that kind," the inspector said to him in a personal interview. Moshkin asked, "What kind do you want?" The inspector, without replying to this irrelevant question, remarked dryly, "Goodbye. I hope to meet you in the next world." Moshkin stated further in his advertisement that he wished to be a secretary, a permanent collaborator on a newspaper, a private tutor, also that he was willing to accompany his employer to the Caucasus or the Crimea and to make himself useful in the house, etc. He gave an assurance of his reasonableness and that he had no objections to travelling. He waited. One postcard came. It inspired him with hope. He hardly knew why. It came in the morning while Moshkin was drinking his tea. The landlady brought it in herself. There was a glitter in her dark, snake-like eyes, as she remarked tauntingly, "Here's some correspondence for Mr. Sergei Matveyevich Moshkin." And while he was reading, she smoothed her black hair down her triangular yellow forehead and hissed, "What's the good of getting letters? Much better if you paid for your board and lodging. A letter won't feed your hunger. You ought to go among people, look for a job, and not expect things to come to you." He read, "Be so good as to come in for a talk between 6 and 7 in the evening, at row 6, house 78, apartment 57. There was no signature. Moshkin glanced angrily at his landlady. She was broad and erect, and as she stood there at the door quite calm, with lowered arms, she was like a doll. She seemed deliberately malicious, and she looked at him with her motionless, anger-provoking eyes. Moshkin exclaimed, "Basta!" He hit the table with his fist. Then he rose and paced up and down the room. He kept on repeating, "Basta!" The landlady asked quietly and spitefully, "Are you going to pay or not, you Kazan and Astrakhan correspondent, you impudent face?" Moshkin stopped in front of her, put out his empty palm and said, "That's all I have." He said nothing about his last 3-ruble note. The landlady hissed, "I'm not hard on you, but I need money. Wood's 7 rubles a load now. How am I to pay it? You can't live on nothing. Can't you find someone to look after you? You're a young man of ability, and you have quite a charming appearance. You can always get hold of some goose or other. But how am I to pay? Whichever way you turn, you've got to put down money." Moshkin replied, "Don't worry, Praskovya Petrovna. I'm getting a job tonight, and I'll pay what I owe you." He began to pace the room again, making a flapping noise with his slippers. The landlady paused at the door and kept on with her grumbling. When she went at last, she cried out, "Another in my place would have shown you the door long ago." For some time after she had left, there still remained in his memory her strange, erect figure, with relaxed arms, her broad yellow forehead shaped like a triangle under her smoothly oiled hair, her worn yellow dress cut away like a narrow triangle, and her red, sniffling nose shaped like a small triangle, 3 triangles in all. All day long Moshkin was hungry, cheerful, and indignant. He walked aimlessly in the streets. He looked at the girls, and they all seemed to him to be lovable, happy, and accessible to the rich. He stopped before the shop windows, where expensive goods were displayed. The glimmer of hunger in his eyes grew keener and keener. He bought a newspaper. He read as he sat on a form in the square, where the children laughed and ran, where the nurses tried to look fashionable, where there was a smell of dust and of consumptive trees, and where the smells of the street and of the garden mingled unpleasantly, reminding him of the smell of gutta percha. Moshkin was very much struck by an account in the newspaper of a hungry fanatic who had slashed a picture by a celebrated artist in the museum. Now that's something I can understand. Moshkin walked briskly along the path. He repeated, "Now that's something I can understand." And afterwards, as he walked in the streets and looked at the huge and stately houses, at the exposed wealth of the shops, at the elegant dress of the people of fashion, at the swiftly moving carriages, at all these beauties and comforts of life, accessible to all who have money, and inaccessible to him, as he looked and observed and envied, he felt more and more keenly the mood of destructive rage. Now that's something I can understand. He walked up to a stout and pompous house porter and shouted, "Now that's something I can understand." The porter looked at him with silent scorn. Moshkin laughed joyously and said, "Clever chaps, those anarchists." "Be off with you," exclaimed the porter angrily, "and see that you don't overeat yourself." Moshkin was about to leave him, but stopped short in fright. There was a policeman quite near, and his white glove stood out with startling sharpness. Moshkin thought in his sadness, a bomb might come in handy here. The porter spat angrily after him and turned away. Moshkin walked on. At 6 o'clock he entered a restaurant of the middle rank. He chose a table by the window. He had some vodka and followed it with anchovies. He ordered a 75-kopeck dinner. He had a bottle of Chablis on ice. After dinner, a liqueur. He got slightly intoxicated. His head went round at the sound of music. He did not take his change. He left, reeling slightly, accompanied respectfully by a porter, into whose hand he stuck a 20-kopeck piece. He looked at his nickeled watch. It was just past 7. It was time to go. He had to make haste. They might hire another. He strode impetuously toward his destination. He was hindered by dug-up pavements, superannuated, eternally somnolent cabbies at street crossings, passers-by, especially moujiks and women, those who came toward him without stepping aside at all, or who stepped aside more often to the left than to the right, or those whom he had to overtake joggled along indifferently on the narrow way, and it was hard to tell at once on which side to pass them. Beggars, these clung to him, and the mechanical process of walking itself. How difficult to conquer space and time when one is in a hurry. Truly the earth drew him to itself, and he purchased every step with violence and exhaustion. He felt pains in his legs. This increased his spite, and intensified the glimmer of hunger in his eyes. Moshkin thought, "I'd like to chuck it all to the devil, to all the devils." At last he got there. Here was the row, and here was house number 78. It was a 4-story house, in a state of neglect. The 2 approaches had a gloomy look. The gates in the middle stood wide agape. He looked at the plates at the approaches. The first numbers were here, and there was no number 57. No one was in sight. There was a white button at the gates, and on the brass plate below, buried under dirt, was the word Porter. He pressed the button and entered the gate to look for the directory of the tenants. Before he had got that far, he was met by the porter, a man of insinuating appearance, with a black beard. "Where is apartment number 57? Moshkin asked the question in a careless manner, borrowed from the district official who had caused him to lose his place. He also knew from experience that one must address porters just like this and not like that. Wandering in strange gates and on strange staircases gives one a certain polish. The porter asked somewhat suspiciously, "Who do you want?" Moshkin drawled out his words with artless carelessness. "I don't exactly know. I've come in answer to an announcement. I've received a letter, but the name is not signed. Only the address is given. Who lives at number 57? "Madame Engelhardova," said the porter. "Engelhard?" asked Moshkin. The porter repeated, "Engelhardova." Moshkin smiled. "And what's her Russian name?" "Elena Petrovna," the porter answered. "Is she a bad-tempered hag?" asked Moshkin for some reason or other. No, she's a young lady, quite stylish. Turn to the right of the gate. Only the first numbers are given there, said Moshkin. The porter said, No, you'll also find 57 there, at the very bottom. Moshkin asked, What does she do? Does she run a business of some sort? A school? Or a journal? No, Madame Engelhardova had neither a school nor a journal. She lives on her capital, explained the porter. Madame Engelhardova's maid, who looked like a village girl, led him into the drawing-room, to the right of the dark ante-room, and asked him to wait. He waited. It was tedious and annoying. He began to examine the contents of the elaborately furnished room. There were armchairs, tables, stools, folding screens, fire screens, bookshelves, and small columns upon which rested busts, lamps, and artistic gewgaws. There were mirrors, lithographs, and clocks on the walls, while the windows were decorated with hangings and flowers. All these made the room crowded, oppressive, and dark. Moshkin paced through this depression over the rugs. He looked at the pictures and the statues with hate. I'd like to chuck all this to the devil, to all the devils. But when the mistress of the house walked in suddenly, he lowered his eyes and hid his glimmer of hunger. She was young, pink, and tall, and quite good-looking. She walked quickly and with decision, like the mistress of a village house, and swung, not altogether gracefully, her strong, handsome white arms bared from above the elbows. She came to him and held out her hand, a little high, to be pressed or to be kissed, as he chose. He kissed it. There was spite in his kiss. He did it with a quick, resounding smack, and one of his teeth scratched her skin slightly, so that she winced. But she said nothing. She walked toward the divan, got behind the table, and sat down. She showed him an armchair. When he had seated himself, she asked him, Was that your announcement in yesterday's paper? He said, Mine. He reconsidered, and said more politely, Yes, mine. He felt vexed, and he thought to himself, I'd like to send her to the devil. She went on talking. She asked him what he could do, where he had studied, where he had worked. She approached the subject very cautiously, as though afraid to say too much before the proper time. He gathered that she wished to publish a journal. She had not yet decided what sort. Some sort. A small one. She was negotiating for the purchase of a property. Of the nature of the journal she said nothing. She needed someone for the office. As he had said in his announcement that he was a pedagogue, she thought that he had taught in one of the higher schools. In any case, she wanted someone to keep the books in the office, to receive subscriptions, to carry on the editorial and the office correspondence, to receive money by post, to put the journals in wrappers, to send them to the post, to read proofs and something else, and still something else. The young woman spoke for half an hour. She recounted the various duties in an unintelligent way. You need several people for all these tasks, said Moshkin sharply. The young woman grew red with vexation. She made a wry face as she remarked eagerly, The journal will be a small one, of a special nature. If I hired several people for such a small undertaking, they would have nothing to do. He smiled and observed, Well, anyhow, there'll be no chance for boredom. How many hours a day will you want me to work? Well, let us say from 9 in the morning until 7 in the evening. Sometimes, when the work is in a hurry, you might remain a little longer, or you might come in on a holiday. I believe you are free. How much do you think of paying? Would 18 rubles a month be enough for you? He reflected a while. Then he laughed. Too little. I can't afford more than 22. Very well. He rose suddenly in his rage, thrust his hand into his pocket, drew out the latchkey to his house, and said, quietly but resolutely, Hands up! Oh! exclaimed the young woman, and she quickly raised her arms. She was sitting on the divan. She was pale and trembling. They formed a contrast, she large and strong, and he small and meagre. The sleeves of her dress fell to her shoulders, and the two bare white arms, stretching upward, seemed like the plump legs of a woman acrobat practicing at home. She was evidently strong enough to hold up her arms for a long time, but her frightened face betrayed the deep terror of her ordeal. Moshkin, enjoying her plight, uttered slowly and sternly, "Move if you dare, or give a single whisper." He approached a picture. "How much does this cost?" 220 without the frame," said the young woman in a trembling voice. He searched in his pocket and found a penknife. He cut the picture from top to bottom and from right to left. "Oh!" the young woman cried out. He approached a small marble head. "What does this cost?" 300. He used his latchkey and struck off the ear and the nose, and he mutilated the cheeks. The young woman sighed quietly, and it was pleasant to hear her quiet sighing. He cut up a few more pictures and the armchair coverings, and broke a few of the gewgaws. He then approached the young woman and exclaimed, "Get under the divan." She obeyed. "Lie there quietly until someone comes, or else I'll throw a bomb." He left. He met no one, either in the anteroom or on the stairs. The same house porter stood at the gates. Moshkin went up to him and said, "What a strange young lady you have in your house." "Why?" "She doesn't know how to behave. She loves a brawl. You had better go to her." "No use my going as long as I'm not called." "Just as you please." He left. The glimmer of hunger grew fainter in his eyes. Moshkin continued to walk the streets. His mind realized in a slow, dull way the drawing-room scene, the mutilated pictures, and the young woman under the divan. The dull waters of the canal lured him. The receding light of the setting sun made their surface beautiful and sad, like the music of a mad composer. How rough the stone slabs were on the canal's banks, and how dusty the stones of the pavements, and what stupid and dirty children ran to meet him. Everything seemed shut against him, and everything seemed hostile to him. The green, golden waters of the canal lured him, and the glimmer of hunger in his eyes went out forever. What a noise the swift splash of water made, as, ring after ring, the dead black ring spread out and cut the green-golden waters of the canal.
One. When Lazarus left the grave, where for 3 days and 3 nights he had been under the enigmatical sway of death, and returned alive to his dwelling, for a long time no one noticed in him those sinister oddities which, as time went on, made his very name a terror. Gladdened unspeakably by the sight of him who had been returned to life, those near to him caressed him unceasingly, and satiated their burning desire to serve him, in solicitude for his food and drink and garments. And they dressed him gorgeously, in bright colours of hope and laughter, and when, like to a bridegroom in his bridal vestures, he sat again among them at the table, and again ate and drank, they wept, overwhelmed with tenderness. And they summoned the neighbours to look at him, who had risen miraculously from the dead. These came, and shared the serene joy of the hosts. Strangers from far-off towns and hamlets came and adored the miracle in tempestuous words. Like to a beehive was the house of Mary and Martha. Whatever was found new in Lazarus's face and gestures was thought to be some trace of a grave illness and of the shocks recently experienced. Evidently, the destruction wrought by death on the corpse was only arrested by the miraculous power, but its effects were still apparent, and what death had succeeded in doing with Lazarus's face and body was like an artist's unfinished sketch seen under thin glass. On Lazarus's temples, under his eyes, and in the hollows of his cheeks lay a deep and cadaverous blueness. Cadaverously blue also were his long fingers, and around his fingernails, grown long in the grave, the blue had become purple and dark. On his lips the skin, swollen in the grave, had burst in places, and thin, reddish cracks were formed, shining as though covered with transparent mica. And he had grown stout. His body, puffed up in the grave, retained its monstrous size, and showed those frightful swellings in which one sensed the presence of the rank liquid of decomposition. But the heavy corpse-like odour which penetrated Lazarus's grave-clothes, and, it seemed, his very body, soon entirely disappeared. The blue spots on his face and hands grew paler, and the reddish cracks closed up, although they never disappeared altogether. That is how Lazarus looked when he appeared before people in his second life, but his face looked natural to those who had seen him in the coffin. In addition to the changes in his appearance, Lazarus's temper seemed to have undergone a transformation, but this circumstance startled no one and attracted no attention. Before his death, Lazarus had always been cheerful and carefree, fond of laughter and a merry joke. It was because of this brightness and cheerfulness, with not a touch of malice and darkness, that the master had grown so fond of him. But now Lazarus had grown grave and taciturn. He never jested himself, nor responded with laughter to other people's jokes, and the words which he uttered, very infrequently, were the plainest, most ordinary and necessary words, as deprived of depth and significance as those sounds with which animals express pain and pleasure, thirst and hunger. They were the words that one can say all one's life, and yet they give no indication of what pains and gladdens the depths of the soul. Thus, with the face of a corpse which for 3 days had been under the heavy sway of death, dark and taciturn, already appallingly transformed, but still unrecognized by anyone in his new self, he was sitting at the feasting table among friends and relatives, and his gorgeous nuptial garments glittered with yellow gold and bloody scarlet. Broad waves of jubilation, now soft, now tempestuously sonorous, surged around him. Warm glances of love were reaching out for his face, still cold with the coldness of the grave, and a friend's warm palm caressed his blue, heavy hand. And music played the tympanum and the pipe, the cithara and the harp. It was as though bees hummed, grasshoppers chirped, and birds warbled over the happy house of Mary and Martha. II. One of the guests incautiously lifted the veil. By a thoughtless word he broke the serene charm, and uncovered the truth in all its naked ugliness. Ere the thought formed itself in his mind, his lips uttered with a smile, "Why dost thou not tell us what happened yonder?" And all grew silent, startled by the question. It was as if it occurred to them only now that for 3 days Lazarus had been dead, and they looked at him, anxiously awaiting his answer. But Lazarus kept silence. "Thou dost not wish to tell us?" wondered the man. "Is it so terrible yonder?" And again his thought came after his words. Had it been otherwise, he would not have asked this question, which at that very moment oppressed his heart with its insufferable horror. Uneasiness seized all present, and with a feeling of heavy weariness they awaited Lazarus's words, but he was silent, sternly and coldly, and his eyes were lowered. And as if for the first time, they noticed the frightful blueness of his face and his repulsive obesity. On the table, as though forgotten by Lazarus, rested his bluish-purple wrist, and to this all eyes turned, as if it were from it that the awaited answer was to come. The musicians were still playing, but now the silence reached them too, and even as water extinguishes scattered embers, so were their merry tunes extinguished in the silence. The pipe grew silent. The voices of the sonorous tympanum and the murmuring harp died away. And as if the strings had burst, the cithara answered with a tremulous broken note. Silence. "Thou dost not wish to say?" repeated the guest, unable to check his chattering tongue. but the stillness remained unbroken, and the bluish-purple hand rested motionless. And then he stirred slightly, and everyone felt relieved. He lifted up his eyes, and lo, straightway, embracing everything in one heavy glance, fraught with weariness and horror, he looked at them. Lazarus, who had arisen from the dead. It was the third day since Lazarus had left the grave. Ever since then, many had experienced the pernicious power of his eye, but neither those who were crushed by it forever, nor those who found the strength to resist in it the primordial sources of life, which is as mysterious as death. Never could they explain the horror which lay motionless in the depth of his black pupils. Lazarus looked calmly and simply, with no desire to conceal anything, but also with no intention to say anything. He looked coldly, as he, who is infinitely indifferent to those alive. Many carefree people came close to him without noticing him, and only later did they learn with astonishment and fear who that calm, stout man was that walked slowly by, almost touching them with his gorgeous and dazzling garments. The sun did not cease shining when he was looking, nor did the fountain hush its murmur, and the sky overhead remained cloudless and blue. But the man, under the spell of his enigmatical look, heard no more the fountain and saw not the sky overhead. Sometimes he wept bitterly. Sometimes he tore his hair and in frenzy called for help. But more often it came to pass that apathetically and quietly he began to die, and so he languished many years before everybody's very eyes, wasted away, colourless, flabby, dull, like a tree, silently drying up in a stony soil. And of those who gazed at him, the ones who wept madly, sometimes felt again the stir of life, the others never. "So thou dost not wish to tell us what thou hast seen yonder?" repeated the man. But now his voice was impassive and dull, and deadly grey weariness showed in Lazarus's eyes. And deadly grey weariness covered like dust all the faces, and with dull amazement the guests stared at each other and did not understand wherefore they had gathered here and sat at the rich table. The talk ceased. They thought it was time to go home, but could not overcome the flaccid, lazy weariness which glued their muscles, and they kept on sitting there, yet apart and torn away from each other, like pale fires scattered over a dark field. But the musicians were paid to play, and again they took their instruments, and again tunes full of studied mirth and studied sorrow began to flow and to rise. They unfolded the customary melody, but the guests hearkened in dull amazement. Already they knew not wherefore is it necessary, and why is it well, that people should pluck strings, inflate their cheeks, blow in thin pipes, and produce a bizarre, many-voiced noise. "What bad music," said someone. The musicians took offence and left. Following them, the guests left one after another, for night was already come. And when placid darkness encircled them, and they began to breathe with more ease, suddenly Lazarus's image loomed up before each one in formidable radiance. The blue face of a corpse, grave clothes gorgeous and resplendent, a cold look, in the depths of which lay motionless an unknown horror. As though petrified, they were standing far apart, and darkness enveloped them, but in the darkness blazed brighter and brighter the supernatural vision of him who for 3 days had been under the enigmatical sway of death. For 3 days had he been dead. Thrice had the sun risen and set, but he had been dead. Children had played, streams murmured over pebbles, the wayfarer had lifted up hot dust in the high road, but he had been dead. And now he is again among them, touches them, looks at them, and through the black discs of his pupils, as through darkened glass, stares the unknowable yonder. 3. No one was taking care of Lazarus, for no friends, no relatives were left to him, and the great desert which encircled the holy city came near the very threshold of his dwelling. And the desert entered his house and stretched on his couch like a wife, and extinguished the fires. No one was taking care of Lazarus. One after the other, his sisters, Mary and Martha, forsook him. For a long while Martha was loath to abandon him, for she knew not who would feed him and pity him. She wept and prayed. But one night, when the wind was roaming in the desert, and with a hissing sound the cypresses were bending over the roof, she dressed noiselessly and secretly left the house. Lazarus probably heard the door slam. It banged against the side-post under the gusts of the desert wind. But he did not rise to go out, and to look at her that was abandoning him. All the night long the cypresses hissed over his head and plaintively thumped the door, letting in the cold, greedy desert. Like a leper, he was shunned by everyone, and it was proposed to tie a bell to his neck, as is done with lepers, to warn people against sudden meetings. But someone remarked, growing frightfully pale, that it would be too horrible if by night the moaning of Lazarus's bell was suddenly heard under the windows, and so the project was abandoned. And since he did not take care of himself, he would probably have starved to death, had not the neighbors brought him food in fear of something that they sensed but vaguely. The food was brought to him by children. They were not afraid of Lazarus, nor did they mock him with naive cruelty, as children are wont to do with the wretched and miserable. They were indifferent to him, and Lazarus answered them with the same coldness. He had no desire to caress the black little curls and to look into their innocent, shining eyes. Given to time and to the desert, his house was crumbling down, and long since had his famishing, lowing goats wandered away to the neighboring pastures, and his bridal garments became threadbare. Ever since that happy day, when the musicians played, he had worn them unaware of the difference of the new and the worn. The bright colors grew dull and faded. Vicious dogs and the sharp thorn of the desert turned the tender fabric into rags. By day, when the merciless sun slew all things alive, and even scorpions sought shelter under stones and writhed there in a mad desire to sting, he sat motionless under the sun rays, his blue face and the uncouth bushy beard lifted up, bathing in the fiery flood. When people still talked to him, he was once asked, "Poor Lazarus, does it please thee to sit thus and to stare at the sun?" And he had answered, "Yes, it does." So strong, it seemed, was the cold of his 3 days' grave, so deep the darkness, that there was no heat on earth to warm Lazarus, nor a splendor that could brighten the darkness of his eyes. That is what came to the mind of those who spoke to Lazarus, and with a sigh they left him. And when the scarlet, flattened globe would lower, Lazarus would set out for the desert and walk straight toward the sun, as though striving to reach it. He always walked straight toward the sun, and those who tried to follow him and to spy upon what he was doing at night in the desert retained in their memory the black silhouette of a tall, stout man against the red background of an enormous flattened disk. Night pursued them with her horrors, and so they did not learn of Lazarus's doings in the desert, but the vision of the black on red was forever branded on their brain. Just as a beast with a splinter in its eye furiously rubs its muzzle with its paws, so they too foolishly rubbed their eyes, but what Lazarus had given was indelible, and death alone could efface it. But there were people who lived far away, who never saw Lazarus and knew of him only by report. With daring curiosity, which is stronger than fear, and feeds upon it, with hidden mockery, they would come to Lazarus, who was sitting in the sun, and enter into conversation with him. By this time Lazarus's appearance had changed for the better, and was not so terrible. The first minute they snapped their fingers and thought of how stupid the inhabitants of the holy city were, But when the short talk was over and they started homeward, their looks were such that the inhabitants of the holy city recognized them at once and said, "Look, there is one more fool on whom Lazarus has set his eye." And they shook their heads regretfully and lifted up their arms. There came brave, intrepid warriors with tinkling weapons. Happy youths came with laughter and song. Busy tradesmen, jingling their money, ran in for a moment, and haughty priests leaned their croziers against Lazarus's door. And they were all strangely changed as they came back. The same terrible shadow swooped down upon their souls and gave a new appearance to the old familiar world. Those who still had the desire to speak expressed their feelings thus: all things tangible and visible grew hollow, light and transparent, similar to lightsome shadows in the darkness of night. For that great darkness, which holds the whole cosmos, was dispersed neither by the sun or by the moon and the stars, but like an immense black shroud enveloped the earth, and like a mother embraced it. It penetrated all the bodies, iron and stone, and the particles of the bodies, having lost their ties, grew lonely, and it penetrated into the depth of the particles, and the particles of particles became lonely. For that great void which encircles the cosmos was not filled by things visible, neither by the sun, nor by the moon and the stars, but reigned unrestrained, penetrating everywhere, severing body from body, particle from particle. In the void, hollow trees spread hollow roots, threatening a fantastic fall. Temples, palaces, and horses loomed up, and they were hollow. And in the void, men moved about restlessly, but they were light and hollow like shadows. For time was no more, and the beginning of all things came near their end. The building was still being built, and builders were still hammering away, and its ruins were already seen, and the void in its place. The man was still being born, but already funeral candles were burning at his head, and now they were extinguished, and there was the void in place of the man and of the funeral candles. And wrapped by void and darkness, the man in despair trembled in the face of the horror of the infinite. Thus spake the men who had still a desire to speak. But surely much more could have told those who wished not to speak, and died in silence. IV. At that time there lived in Rome a renowned sculptor. In clay, marble, and bronze he wrought bodies of gods and men, and such was their beauty that people called them immortal. But he himself was discontented, and asserted that there was something even more beautiful that he could not embody either in marble or in bronze. "I have not yet gathered the glimmers of the moon, nor have I my fill of sunshine," he was wont to say, "and there is no soul in my marble, no life in my beautiful bronze." And when on moonlit nights he slowly walked along the road, crossing the black shadows of cypresses, his white tunic glittering in the moonshine, those who met him would laugh in a friendly way and say, "Art thou going to gather moonshine, Aurelius? Why then didst thou not fetch baskets?" And he would answer, laughing and pointing to his eyes, "Here are the baskets, wherein I gather the sheen of the moon and the glimmer of the sun." And so it was. The moon glimmered in his eyes, and the sun sparkled therein. But he could not translate them into marble, and therein lay the serene tragedy of his life. He was descended from an ancient patrician race, had a good wife and children, and suffered from no want. When the obscure rumor about Lazarus reached him, he consulted his wife and friends, and undertook the far journey to Judea to see him who had miraculously risen from the dead. He was somewhat weary in those days, and he hoped that the road would sharpen his blunted senses. What was said of Lazarus did not frighten him. He had pondered much over death, did not like it, but he disliked also those who confused it with life. In this life, life and beauty, beyond, death The enigmatical, thought he, and there is no better thing for a man to do than to delight in life and in the beauty of all things living. He had even a vainglorious desire to convince Lazarus of the truth of his own view and restore his soul to life, as his body had been restored. This seemed so much easier because the rumors, shy and strange, did not render the whole truth about Lazarus, and but vaguely warned against something frightful. Lazarus had just risen from the stone in order to follow the sun, which was setting in the desert, when a rich Roman attended by an armed slave approached him and addressed him in a sonorous tone of voice. "Lazarus!" And Lazarus beheld a superb face, lit with glory, and arrayed in fine clothes, and precious stones sparkling in the sun. The red light lent to the Roman's face, and had the appearance of gleaming bronze, that also Lazarus noticed. He resumed obediently his place, and lowered his weary eyes. "Yes, thou art ugly, my poor Lazarus," quietly said the Roman, playing with his golden chain. "Thou art even horrible, my poor friend, and death was not lazy that day when thou didst fall so heedlessly into his hands. But thou art stout, and, as the great Caesar used to say, fat people are not ill-tempered. To tell the truth, I don't understand why men fear thee. Permit me to spend the night in thy house. The hour is late, and I have no shelter." Never had anyone asked Lazarus's hospitality. "I have no bed," said he. "I am somewhat of a soldier, and I can sleep sitting," the Roman answered. "We shall build a fire." "I have no fire." "Then we shall have our talk in the darkness like two friends. I think thou wilt find a bottle of wine." "I have no wine." The Roman laughed. "Now I see why thou art so sombre, and dislikest thy second life. No wine. Why, then we shall do without it. There are words that make the head go round better than the Falernian." By a sign he dismissed the slave, and they remained all alone. And again the sculptor started speaking, but it was as if, together with the setting sun, life had left his words, and they grew pale and hollow, as if they staggered on unsteady feet, as if they slipped and fell down, drunk with the heavy lees of weariness and despair. And black chasms grew up between the words, like far-off hints of the great void and the great darkness. "Now I am thy guest, and thou wilt not be unkind to me, Lazarus," said he. "Hospitality is the duty even of those who for 3 days were dead. 3 days, I was told, thou didst rest in the grave. There it must be cold, and that is whence comes thy ill habit of going without fire and wine. As to me, I like fire. It grows dark here so rapidly. The lines of thy eyebrows and forehead are quite interesting. They are like ruins of strange palaces, buried in ashes after an earthquake. But why dost thou wear such ugly and queer garments? I have seen bridegrooms in thy country, and they wear such clothes. Are they not funny and terrible? But art thou a bridegroom?" The sun had already disappeared. A monstrous black shadow came running from the east. It was as if gigantic bare feet began rumbling on the sand, and the wind sent a cold wave along the backbone. In the darkness thou seemest still larger, Lazarus, as if thou hast grown stouter in these moments. Dost thou feed on darkness, Lazarus? I would fain have a little fire, at least a little fire, a little fire. I feel somewhat chilly. Your nights are so barbarously cold. Were it not so dark, I should say that thou wert looking at me, Lazarus. Yes, it seems to me thou art looking. Why, thou art looking at me, I feel it. But there thou art smiling. Night came, and filled the air with heavy blackness. How well it will be when the sun will rise tomorrow anew. I am a great sculptor, thou knowest. That is how my friends call me. I create. Yes, that is the word. But I need daylight. I give life to the cold marble. I melt sonorous bronze in fire, in bright hot fire. Why didst thou touch me with thy hand? Come, said Lazarus, thou art my guest. and they went to the house. And a long night enveloped the earth. The slave, seeing that his master did not come, went to seek him when the sun was already high in the sky, and he beheld his master side by side with Lazarus. In profound silence were they sitting right under the dazzling and scorching sun rays and looking upward. The slave began to weep and cried out, "My master, what has befallen thee, master?" The very same day the sculptor left for Rome. On the way Aurelius was pensive and taciturn, staring attentively at everything, the men, the ship, the sea, as though trying to retain something. On the high sea a storm burst upon them, and all through it Aurelius stayed on the deck and eagerly scanned the seas, looming near and sinking with a thud. At home his friends were frightened at the change which had taken place in Aurelius, but he calmed them, saying meaningly, "I have found it." And without changing the dusty clothes he wore on his journey, he fell to work, and the marble obediently resounded under his sonorous hammer. Long and eagerly worked he, admitting no one, until one morning he announced that the work was ready, and ordered his friends to be summoned, severe critics and connoisseurs of art. And to meet them he put on bright and gorgeous garments that glittered with yellow gold and scarlet byssus. "Here is my work," said he thoughtfully. His friends glanced, and a shadow of profound sorrow covered their faces. It was something monstrous, deprived of all the lines and shapes familiar to the eye, but not without a hint at some new, strange image. On a thin, crooked twig, or rather on an ugly likeness of a twig, rested askew a blind, ugly, shapeless, outspread mass of something utterly and inconceivably distorted, a mad leap of wild and bizarre fragments, all feebly and vainly striving to part from one another. And as if by chance, beneath one of the wildly rent salients, a butterfly was chiselled with divine skill, all airy loveliness, delicacy, and beauty, with transparent wings, which seemed to tremble with an impotent desire to take flight. "Wherefore this wonderful butterfly, Aurelius?" said somebody falteringly. "I know not," was the sculptor's answer. But it was necessary to tell the truth, and one of his friends, who loved him best, said firmly, "This is ugly, my poor friend. It must be destroyed. Give me the hammer." And with 2 strokes he broke the monstrous man into pieces, leaving only the infinitely delicate butterfly untouched. From that time on, Aurelius created nothing. With profound indifference he looked at marble and bronze, and on his former divine works, where everlasting beauty rested. With the purpose of arousing his former fervent passion for work, and awakening his deadened soul, his friends took him to see other artists' beautiful works, but he remained indifferent as before, and the smile did not warm up his tightened lips. And only after listening to lengthy talks about beauty, he would retort wearily and indolently, "But all this is a lie." And by the day, when the sun was shining, he went into his magnificent, skilfully built garden, and having found a place without shadow, he exposed his bare head to the glare and heat. Red and white butterflies fluttered around. From the crooked lips of a drunken satyr, water streamed down with a splash into a marble cistern. But he sat motionless and silent, like a pallid reflection of him who, in the far-off distance, at the very gates of the stony desert, sat under the fiery sun. "5. And now it came to pass that the great deified Augustus himself summoned Lazarus. The imperial messengers dressed him gorgeously in solemn nuptial clothes, as if time had legalized them, and he was to remain until his very death the bridegroom of an unknown bride. It was as though an old rotting coffin had been gilt and furnished with new gay tassels, and men, all in trim and bright attire, rode after him, as if in bridal procession indeed, and those foremost trumpeted loudly, bidding people to clear the way for the emperor's messengers. But Lazarus's way was deserted. His native land cursed the hateful name of him who had miraculously risen from the dead, and people scattered at the very news of his appalling approach. The solitary voice of the brass trumpets sounded in the motionless air, and the wilderness alone responded with its languid echo. Then Lazarus went by sea, and his was the most magnificently arrayed and the most mournful ship that ever mirrored itself in the azure waves of the Mediterranean Sea. Many were the travellers aboard, but like a tomb was the ship, all silence and stillness, and the despairing water sobbed at the steep, proudly curved prow. All alone sat Lazarus, exposing his head to the blaze of the sun, silently listening to the murmur and splash of the wavelets, and afar seamen and messengers were sitting, a vague group of weary shadows. Had the thunder burst and the wind attacked the red sails, the ships would probably have perished, for none of those aboard had either the will or the strength to struggle for life. With a supreme effort, some mariners would reach the board and eagerly scan the blue, transparent deep, hoping to see a naiad's pink shoulder flash in the hollow of an azure wave, or a drunken gay centaur dash along and in frenzy splash the wave with his hoof. But the sea was like a wilderness, and the deep was dumb and deserted. With utter indifference did Lazarus set his feet on the street of the eternal city, as though all her wealth, all the magnificence of her palaces built by giants, all the resplendence, beauty, and music of her refined life, were but the echo of the wind in the wilderness, the reflection of the desert quicksand. Chariots were dashing, and along the streets were moving crowds of strong, fair, proud builders of the eternal city and haughty participants in her life. A song sounded. Fountains and women laughed a pearly laughter. Drunken philosophers harangued, and the sober listened to them with a smile. Hooves struck the stone pavements, and surrounded by cheerful noise, a stout, heavy man was moving, a cold spot of silence and despair, and on his way he sowed disgust, anger, and vague, gnawing weariness. Who dares to be sad in Rome? Wondered indignantly the citizens, and frowned. In 2 days, the entire city already knew all about him who had miraculously risen from the dead, and shunned him shyly. But some daring people there were who wanted to test their strength, and Lazarus obeyed their imprudent summons. Kept busy by state affairs, the emperor constantly delayed the reception, and 7 days did he who had risen from the dead go about visiting others. And Lazarus came to a cheerful Epicurean, and the host met him with laughter on his lips. "Drink, Lazarus, drink," shouted he. "Would not Augustus laugh to see thee drunk?" And half-naked drunken women laughed, and rose petals fell on Lazarus's blue hands. But then the Epicurean looked into Lazarus's eyes, and his gaiety ended forever. Drunkard remained he for the rest of his life. Never did he drink, yet forever was he drunk. But instead of the gay reverie which wine brings with it, frightful dreams began to haunt him, the sole food of his stricken spirit. Day and night he lived in the poisonous vapours of his nightmares, and death itself was not more frightful than her raving, monstrous forerunners. And Lazarus came to a youth and his beloved, who loved each other and were most beautiful in their passions. Proudly and strongly embracing his love, the youth said with serene regret, "Look at us, Lazarus, and share our joy. Is there anything stronger than love?" And Lazarus looked. And for the rest of their life they kept on loving each other. But their passion grew gloomy and joyless, like those funeral cypresses whose roots feed on the decay of the graves, and whose black summits, in a still evening hour, seek in vain to reach the sky. Thrown by the unknown forces of life into each other's embraces, they mingled tears with kisses, voluptuous pleasures with pain, and they felt themselves doubly slaves, obedient slaves to life, and patient servants of the silent nothingness. Ever united, ever severed, they blazed like sparks, and like sparks lost themselves in the boundless dark. And Lazarus came to a haughty sage, and the sage said to him, I know all the horrors thou canst reveal to me. Is there anything thou canst frighten me with? But before long, the sage felt that the knowledge of horror was far from being the horror itself, and that the vision of death was not death. And he felt that wisdom and folly are equal before the face of infinity, for infinity knows them not. And it vanished, the dividing line between knowledge and ignorance, truth and falsehood, top and bottom, and the shapeless thought hung suspended in the void. Then the sage clutched his grey head and cried out frantically, I cannot think! I cannot think! Thus, under the indifferent glance for him, who miraculously had risen from the dead, perished everything that asserts life, its significance and joys, and it was suggested that it was dangerous to let him see the emperor, that it was better to kill him, and having buried him secretly, to tell the emperor that he had disappeared, no one knew whither. Already swords were being whetted, and youths devoted to the public welfare prepared for the murder, when Augustus ordered Lazarus to be brought before him next morning, thus destroying the cruel plans. If there was no way of getting rid of Lazarus, at least it was possible to soften the terrible impression his face produced. With this in view, skillful painters, barbers, and artists were summoned, and all night long they were busy over Lazarus's head. They cropped his beard, curled it, and gave it a tidy, agreeable appearance. By means of paints, they concealed the corpse-like blueness of his hands and face. Repulsive were the wrinkles of suffering that furrowed his old face, and they were puttied, painted, and smoothed. Then, over the smooth background, wrinkles of good-tempered laughter and pleasant, carefree mirth were skillfully painted with fine brushes. Lazarus submitted indifferently to everything that was done to him. Soon he was turned into a becomingly stout, venerable old man, into a quiet and kind grandfather of numerous offspring. It seemed that the smile, with which only a while ago he was spinning funny yarns, was still lingering on his lips, and that in the corner of his eye serene tenderness was hiding, the companion of old age. But people did not dare change his nuptial garments, and they could not change his eyes, two dark and frightful glasses through which looked at men, the unknowable yonder. (6) Lazarus was not moved by the magnificence of the imperial palace. It was as though he saw no difference between the crumbling house, closely pressed by the desert, and the stone palace, solid and fair, and indifferently he passed into it. And the hard marble of the floors under his feet grew similar to the quicksand of the desert, and the multitude of richly dressed and haughty men became like void air under his glance. No one looked into his face as Lazarus passed by, fearing to fall under the appalling influence of his eyes. But when the sound of his heavy footsteps had sufficiently died down, the courtiers raised their heads, and with fearful curiosity examined the figure of a stout, tall, slightly bent old man who was slowly penetrating into the very heart of the imperial palace. Were death itself passing, it would be faced with no greater fear, for until then the dead alone knew death, and those alive knew life only, and there was no bridge between them. But this extraordinary man, although alive, knew death, and enigmatical, appalling, was his cursed knowledge. Woe, people thought, he will take the life of our great deified Augustus. And they sent curses after Lazarus, who meanwhile kept on advancing into the interior of the palace. Already did the emperor know who Lazarus was, and prepared to meet him. But the monarch was a brave man, and felt his own tremendous, unconquerable power, and in his fatal duel with him who had miraculously risen from the dead, he wanted not to invoke human help. And so he met Lazarus face to face. "Lift not thine eyes upon me, Lazarus," he ordered. "I heard thy face is like that of Medusa, and turns into stone whomsoever thou lookest at. Now I wish to see thee, and to have a talk with thee, before I turn into stone," added he in a tone of kingly jesting, not devoid of fear. Coming close to him, he carefully examined Lazarus's face and his strange festal garments, and although he had a keen eye, he was deceived by his appearance. "So, thou dost not appear terrible, my venerable old man, but the worse for us if horror assumes such a respectable and pleasant air. Now let us have a talk." Augustus sat, and questioning Lazarus with his eye as much as with words, started the conversation. "Why didst thou not greet me as thou enteredst?" Lazarus answered indifferent, "I knew not it was necessary." "Art thou a Christian?" "No." Augustus approvingly shook his head. "That is good. I do not like Christians. They shake the tree of life before it is covered with fruit, and disperse its odorous bloom to the winds. But who art thou?" With a visible effort, Lazarus answered, "I was dead." "I had heard that, but who art thou now?" Lazarus was silent, but at last repeated in a tone of weary apathy, "I was dead." "Listen to me, stranger," said the emperor, distinctly and severely, giving utterance to the thought that had come to him at the beginning. "My realm is the realm of life. My people are of the living, not of the dead. Thou art here one too many. I know not who thou art, and what thou sawest there. But if thou liest, I hate thy lies, and if thou tell'st the truth, I hate thy truth. In my bosom I feel the throb of life. I feel strength in my arm, and my proud thoughts, like eagles, pierce the space. And yonder, in the shelter of my rule, under the protection of laws created by me, people live and toil and rejoice. Dost thou hear the battle cry, the challenge men throw into the face of the future?" Augustus, as in prayer, stretched forth his arms and exclaimed solemnly, "Be blessed, O great and divine life!" Lazarus was silent, and with growing sternness the emperor went on, "Thou art not wanted here, miserable remnant, snatched from under death's teeth. Thou inspirest weariness and disgust with life. Like a caterpillar in the fields, thou gloatest on the rich ear of joy, and belchest out the drivel of despair and sorrow. Thy truth is like a rusty sword in the hands of a nightly murderer, and as a murderer thou shalt be executed. But before that, let me look into thine eyes. Perchance only cowards are afraid of them, but in the brave they awake the thirst for strife and victory. Then thou shalt be rewarded, not executed. Now look at me, Lazarus." At first it appeared to the deified Augustus that a friend was looking at him. So soft, so tenderly fascinating was Lazarus's glance. It promised not horror, but sweet rest, and the infinite seemed to him a tender mistress, a compassionate sister, a mother. But stronger and stronger grew its embraces, and already the mouth, greedy of hissing kisses, interfered with the monarch's breathing, and already to the surface of the soft tissues of the body came the iron of the bones, and tightened its merciless circle, and unknown fangs, blunt and cold, touched his heart and sank into it with slow indolence. "It pains," said the deified Augustus, growing pale, "but look at me, Lazarus, look." It was as though some heavy gates, ever closed, were slowly moving apart, and through the growing interstice the appalling horror of the infinite poured in slowly and steadily. Like two shadows there entered the shoreless void and the unfathomable darkness. They extinguished the sun, ravished the earth from under the feet, and the roof from over the head. No more did the frozen heart ache. "Look, look, Lazarus!" ordered Augustus, tottering. Time stood still, and the beginning of each thing grew frightfully near to its end. Augustus's throne, just erected, crumbled down, and the void was already in the place of the throne and of Augustus. Noiselessly did Rome crumble down, and a new city stood on its site, and it too was swallowed by the void. Like fantastic giants, cities, states, and countries fell down and vanished in the void darkness, and with uttermost indifference did the insatiable black womb of the infinite swallow them. "Halt!" ordered the emperor. In his voice sounded already a note of indifference. His hands dropped in languor, and in the vain struggle with the onrushing darkness, his fiery eyes now blazed up and now went out. "My life thou hast taken from me, Lazarus," said he in a spiritless, feeble voice. And these words of hopelessness saved him. He remembered his people, whose shield he was destined to be, and keen, salutary pain pierced his deadened heart. "They are doomed to death," he thought wearily. "Serene shadows in the darkness of the infinite," thought he, and horror grew upon him. "Frail vessels with living, seething blood, with a heart that knows sorrow and also great joy," said he in his heart, and tenderness pervaded it. Thus pondering and oscillating between the poles of life and death, he slowly came back to life, to find in its suffering and in its joys a shield against the darkness of the void and the horror of the infinite. "No, thou hast not murdered me, Lazarus," said he firmly, "but I will take thy life. Be gone." That evening the deified Augustus partook of his meats and drinks with particular joy. Now and then his lifted hand remained suspended in the air, and a dull glimmer replaced the bright sheen of his fiery eye. It was the cold wave of horror that surged at his feet. Defeated, but not undone, ever awaiting its hour, that horror stood at the emperor's bedside, like a black shadow all through his life. It swayed his nights, but yielded the days to the sorrows and joys of life. The following day, the hangman with a hot iron burned out Lazarus's eyes. Then he was sent home. The deified Augustus dared not kill him. Lazarus returned to the desert, and the wilderness met him with hissing gusts of wind and the heat of the blazing sun. Again he was sitting on a stone, his rough, bushy beard lifted up, and the two black holes in place of his eyes looked at the sky with an expression of dull terror. Afar off the holy city stirred noisily and restlessly, but around him everything was deserted and dumb. No one approached the place where lived he, who had miraculously risen from the dead, and long since his neighbors had forsaken their houses. Driven by the hot iron into the depth of his skull, his cursed knowledge hid there in an ambush. As though leaping out from an ambush, it plunged its 1,000 invisible eyes into the man, and no one dared look at Lazarus. And in the evening, when the sun, reddening and growing wider, would come nearer and nearer the western horizon, the blind Lazarus would slowly follow it. He would stumble against stones and fall, stout and weak as he was, would rise heavily to his feet and walk on again, and on the red screen of the sunset, his black body and outspread hands would form a monstrous likeness of a cross. And it came to pass that once he went out and did not come back. Thus seemingly ended the second life of him who for 3 days had been under the enigmatical sway of death, and rose miraculously from the dead.